Hello, hello, hello. Come on in. I'm just going to set a few things up before we get into it today. And you'll just excuse me for a few moments. Who's late on their firewood? This guy. This guy. I didn't want to be late on my firewood again this year, but I am. Who else is doing firewood right now? Who's behind the ball on their firewood? We always want to be early every year. I've been, I'm going to do so much firewood work in the winter. And then during the summer, I mean, and I don't. And then I'm having to put in, I don't know, right now, I think an hour a day. If I put in an hour a day right now, going forward, at least for the next 5 or 6 days a week, I should be able to get it all done. But yeah, we'll see. How the hell do we share this? Hey, from Texas, Andrew, welcome. Hey, Zenjamin, here we go. Good day from Oz. Just finished burning ours and ours. Oh, I guess because you guys are going into summer now. Hey, thanks, Sue. Yeah, it is my birthday today. And that didn't line up with our Freedom Farmers offer, and like that was just kind of happened to be. I don't think the guys who plan our marketing stuff knew that it was my birthday, but it is my birthday today. And birthdays are fairly insignificant to me, to be honest. But it is it, and I am today 44 years old. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. I feel healthier than I've felt in a long time. And my body feels like I'm still kind of 35. When I hit 35, I started to notice a difference in just a little bit less energy, couldn't get drunk anymore without being completely hungover. So I don't get drunk. Stop. I'll have a few drinks if we have friends over, but that's it for yours truly. I'm just trying to figure out how I share this with Matthew. Come on in, folks. I'm just going to kind of get things going, queued up here. All right. So today I was kind of hey, thanks guys. Lots of goodwill coming in. Appreciate it. Yeah, today I wanted to do a stream based on a subject I was sharing on Twitter, and it got a lot of people interested in. And then a couple weeks prior, we were doing a once a month I do a Zoom call with our Homestead Accelerator members, which that membership is about to greatly expand. But we do this call, and it's just a coaching call, basically. People throw ideas at me. They throw properties at me. I just kind of open source my expertise in, land farming, off-grid, stuff like that. And a number of our members were talking about buying land as a group. And this is a subject I've had many, many, many years of experience in, just in my pursuit of trying to get where I am now. But also in my consulting practice for many years, I was traveling in the US, consulting on projects that were often part of a land cooperative. Or in many years of my consulting, I also brokered deals between leasees and leaseors. And those were often deals where this has become more popular in Canada, especially because of just the prices of real estate. Those deals often looked like a short-term lease or a rent, kind of almost a rent-to-own agreement, where you have a group of older farmers that their kids don't want to take on the farm. That is insanely common in North America, and it's a tragedy, and it's a reality that we're all about to become, that we're really going to start facing, and we are actually. And so somebody like me comes in who has a connection to younger farmers and also understands the needs of the older generation of growers that want to transition somebody in. And so I'd been part of many of these deals where people go, okay, well, we might be in a position where we can subdivide our land or find a way that we can stay on our land and have a younger farmer come in as sort of a tenant farmer, farm that land under the mentorship of the lease or the owner, and then have a bridge deal where that deal then turns into a buy with some certain clauses. And I've seen so many of these types of deals that we could go on all day about them, and we will today a bit, as long as I have the energy to stream, knowing that I have an endless amount of homestead chores to do. But I stream so little these days that, and I think we'll get back into it more in the winter. It's just that it's difficult with all this work, construction and farm stuff going on up here. But these deals are pretty neat. And saw one happen with an old friend of mine and a guy who was a mentor of mine for many years, where they had, and I'm just going to riff on this a little bit. Feel free to come on in, say hello in the chat, and we'll just kind of do this as we do when I do streams. But saw this one deal where this older farmer who had been on this land for 30 years, kind of 30-year certified organic grower, wanted to sell his place, but wasn't quite ready to leave right away. And so he had somebody come in and live at another house on the land for, I think it was 5 years, where he basically mentored them during that time, though they were already fairly experienced growers. They didn't need a ton of mentorship, but they had it. And then eventually, once this transition period was complete, they moved, and then they had got out of the house. And it also allowed the young buyers to get in at a lower rate in a way, because they spread it out. And because it's also kind of what's called owner financing, when the owner of the land will do some kind of private deal for you because they like you and they care about what happens with the land after. That happens a lot, actually. And so I've seen a lot of these kinds of deals. But I had my good buddy John Bush share this thing on Twitter, and I'll just kind of share my screen a bit, and it just kind of got me inspired to bring a conversation about it, because in our Homestead Accelerator call, we were talking about it in a way where it was not a cooperative, but more a select group of parties buying land together and then doing some kind of subdivision. And I had all kinds of ideas on the way that could be done. And they had some pretty cool feedback on that call as well. But I just wanted to share this idea because I thought this meme was kind of powerful. Normalizing buying 100 acres of land with your friends, growing your own food and families together. It's a real pipe dream. I thought the meme, it got my attention right away, and I just shared it and mentioned that we had mentioned this in our call, and I have lots of ideas on it. And you guys left tons of good comments, and a lot of these I've responded to because they're very thought-provoking. But we're going to get into some of that today. And just to be clear, I'm not looking to start any type of land cooperative. That, I think some people just misinterpreted what I was talking about. That's not the case at all. I have zero intention or ambition or interest in starting a land cooperative. But like I said, I've been part of many of these kinds of deals for many years. And so that's why I was inspired to talk about it, because I thought it'd be kind of a cool way to add value and just kind of do a stream that really has the gravy, that really is things that you can use. And some people always ask me, why do you use that term gravy? Where does that come from? And where it actually comes from me, because it's used, all kinds of people use that term, and I think it means maybe different things for other people. But that term for me came from my early tree planting days, and anybody who's a Canadian tree planter has heard this term. Is the gravy is the best part of the land. And so if you ask a planter how their day was and they say it was all gravy, it would mean that they were in the nice land. People also called it cream. You're in the cream. And I've used that term forever, also because I was a Montrealer for many years, and I have one of my greatest weaknesses is real Quebecois style poutine with gravy. And so that term has always had a special meaning for me, because of its sort of Canadiana connotation of good tree planting land, but also meaning the sort of the best part of the meal, the best part of the thing. And so when people ask, what does that mean, gravy? Well, in my context, that's what it means. I know there's other things out there that people say, but that's what that term means. And so when I'm doing these live streams for as many years as I have, and people say, oh, Curtis is getting into the gravy now, usually that connotation was getting into some deep truthership that usually revolved around some of the not so obvious things that I have a tendency to get into regarding the law, the legal system, and kind of how things are actually formulated and situated in Canada. And I've talked about the US before too, but I've mostly talked about Canadian issues in terms of the gravy, because that's where I live, and there's a lot of gravy in the Canadian legal system, and it's been a joy to share some of the things that I have. And yeah, anyways, so that's where that term comes from. Am I filling my pond? Yes, I'm filling my pond with rain and water from the well right now. I've kind of got it. If I just went straight out of the well, I can pump quite a lot of water in there, but I still need water pressure for various things on the homestead. So I need to keep some water going into the cistern so that I have gravity down to the coop, the chicken coop, and the food forest, and some of the other things that still need water right now. They don't need much, but I need to have water pressure. But so yeah, no, I'm filling this pond. I'm not going to fill it the whole way. I'm going to fill it maybe half full-ish, enough that we can skate on it this winter. We want to have another, we had a really fun winter wonderland party last year for some family and friends. And we had cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, big fire, marshmallow roasting, games for the kids, stuff like that. And I'm really excited to do that again this winter. And I'm really stoked that the pond can be a part of it. So yes, we're filling that pond, and it is so cool. I've got, I had a bunch of content come out on From the Field recently that goes deep into that stuff. But I'll probably post I'll post more stuff about it as it happens, because I'm super stoked. I mean, ponds are absolutely incredible. It's such an important feature if you're, want to be on your land and you really want to go for the food, water, energy, shelter. You really want to nail those things, and you want to have, for me too, it's probably the biggest piece of it is just fire resilience and being able to defend our homestead, because at the end of the day, you can't expect the government to keep your homestead from burning down. More like you can expect the government to try to burn your homestead down, as we've seen across Canada with so many of these arsons that are happening as they blame these things on climate change and virtue signal about this, that, and the other. For us, having ponds is crucial. And one thing I'm doing on my ponds, which is really cool, actually, I'll draw this will be a little bit gravy for you guys in terms of your homesteads and agriculture. So our homestead is surrounded by a big fence, and we've kind of got all the main infrastructure of our homestead kind of but buildings, gardens, all the stuff is in there. And then got this big fence that surrounds 8 acres on our sort of the primary zone 1 area of our homestead. And so what I'm going to do next year, I've got these ponds. So I've got one pond on this side. I got another pond over here, and then I'm going to have a third pond down here. So I've got these 3 ponds. This is the first pond we did, the really big one. That's going to be the natural swimming pool. And then we got this other one that's the reservoir. This is the pond that actually all the snow melt on all the topography above it moves through there into a keyway that goes into all of my culvert systems and such that go down the primary draw on my property. And on my property, I kind of have these 2 draws that kind of go like this. And so all the water comes through these. And so this one, I'm going to collect everything in, pump it back up into this pond to hold it. But then this pond will also be actively full. And then this pond here is going to be really neat. We won't do this till next season, but it's actually going to be a bioremediation pond with the intent of that all of my gardens, they all shed down into here. So there's going to be excess nitrogen in there, and I'm going to use it as a place to grow duckweed that I can feed to my animals, but also use it as a way to sample what is the water coming off my land look like. And we've got a place to store it and potentially pump it back up if we want to. I could technically pump all 3 of these ponds into one another up the hill, basically. But so what I'm going to do as far as a really, really cool fire solution is I've got a well that's kind of in this area here, and it pumps up to some cisterns that are up here. I can hold 16,000 liters of water up here. And that's great. That's great for irrigation. That's great for all of our seasonal water needs. Our winter water needs are now in the house because the well is winterized, has a pitless adapter that stays 8 feet underground that goes into the house into pressure tanks. So we have water in this garage here, in my greenhouse there, the house, the other greenhouse. They're all connected underground with water. But I can only get as much water out of that as I can really pump the well. So call it 10 GPM. And if I was pumping a bit more water from the cisterns, assisting that for a period of time, I might be able to get 20 GPM. But if we were in a really dangerous fire situation, what we would do is what I'm going to do this spring is I'm going to complete another loop of irrigation line that goes around my fence. And it's going to be a prime 100 1.25 inch line. And so it can move a lot of water. And what I'm also going to do is there's going to be on-off valves that split this circumference of this into partitions. So essentially, say I wanted to tie, and I'll have my primary water line tied into that. So at any given time, I could send water down this line to any number of sprinklers and whatnot. But the limiting factor when you only have water from one source, this is why when we suggest people homestead properties, we always try to have 2 sources of water. And that's part of the reason. There's many other reasons why you'd want to have 2 sources of water, but this way I can use my well pressure to get 10 GPM anywhere along here. But if it was apocalypse now and I'm surrounded by fire and I have to defend my property, what I could do is I could run pumps in these ponds and then tie those ponds into this line at multiple different parts so that I could basically amp up a massive amount of pressure and GPM so that I could run sprinklers around this entire 8 acres, sprinklers set 100 feet apart at once, whereas I wouldn't be able to do that with just the pressure that I have from my well, not even close. And so that's a great thing about having a decentralized water source, is that you can just send water from different directions, because if your water only comes from a well, you only have it through one pipe, right? And so that can only deliver what that pipe can. But if you have a surplus or reservoir of water in other places, you can pull as much from that as you want to. As much areas that you have surface water and liters of water, you can just turn up the dial to the max. And so that's essentially the name of the game. So he's like, defend property for what? Fire. Did you just chime in? Who are you trolling? I'm not going to put up with any trollers. So if you're gonna troll, you'll just get deleted. But yeah. So anyways, that's what we were talking about was fire. And so now let's get into, let me just see what else you guys have for comments before we get into it. Who actually is interested here? I'm curious. Who's interested in either you've had conversations with friends or family, or you heard about this idea of buying land together? I'm actually curious in the chat right now. Just say yes or whatever if that kind of thing interests you, because that's what I'm going to spend a good amount of time on today. I'm going to talk about things that work, things that don't work, and sort of your most common success examples and failure examples, because there's many of them. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious who in the chat is into that. And so for myself, this subject goes way back to my tree planting days, because when I was wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and doing that and planting in the bush, working in the bush, which I did for 9 years in a row, kind of put myself through college, funded my music career in Montreal for many years doing that. I had so many friends that were like, oh man, we should buy land together. We should buy an acreage and do this and that and the other. When you're young and inexperienced, as I was at that time, those conversations are so here today, gone tomorrow. They don't go anywhere really. And so that's where it started for me, was there. When I was tree planting, I didn't have experience farming. I had bushwork, many years of bushwork, but not farming in the way I have now. And so my context has changed so many times. Yes, I'm saying multiple partners, whatever it is, we're going to look at different kinds of scenarios on how you can do that. But when you don't have experience working on the land, you don't know what needs to be done. You don't know the scope of things that a property needs to function. So much stuff gets missed. So many of the details are missed because people just don't understand what it takes to get a piece of property from, say, just raw land, just a raw land. There's no access. There's maybe a road to it, but there's no driveway. There's nothing, just raw land. That's going 0 to 100, call it, to a completed homestead. That's a massive undertaking. But sometimes it's really the only thing that seems possible when you're talking about multiple parties. So say you have 10 people that are coming together and want to do something like this. The advantage to raw land is that now you can kind of carve it up how you best see fit. Now, there's different types of ways you could do that. You could buy the land together as a group, say 10 equal parties, put in an equal amount. Let's just say, for an arbitrary number, we're going to buy $1 million piece of land. And in various different places, that in BC, that could be 10 acres. But in a place like Alabama or Oklahoma or Kentucky or Mississippi, some of these other jurisdictions, we're seeing really good value in. $1 million would be insane. You might be able to 1,000 acres. So anyways, you're going in $100,000 each. Well, what do? How does that split up? Does it mean that you just split the property up into 10 equal portions, and then call it a day? And then you've essentially just created a subdivision, and maybe you wanted to have some kind of governing body like an HOA. Don't get me wrong, HOAs are mostly ridiculous and not good, but there are some examples where HOAs could be a good thing, because it's just essentially a homeowners association. It's just a bunch of people who live in an area that want to protect the aesthetic or the original vision of the property or whatever it could be. That's essentially where an HOA comes from. But we've just seen, because America, Western culture, mostly American culture, Canadian, well, call it North American culture, has become so suburbanized that HOAs are just lame, because they just enforce really shitty, unintuitive, counterproductive ordinances in the community, like your lawn must be 2 inches high, or you have to have a lawn in your front yard. You can't put anything else there. You're not allowed to have a garden in your front yard. If you have a garden, you can only have it all these things, which are ridiculous, especially for any of us who value growing food and are looking to, do something that is regenerative in some way or another, a holistic context. That the HOAs as they exist now are just ridiculous. But you could structure an HOA. And let me kind of walk through. I'm going to kind of go all over the place. I'm just going to kind of go where I feel I should go with all this, as I kind of do with my streams. But we were talking in this original call that I referenced for the Homestead Accelerator. We're talking about different ways people could buy this land together. And the problem with buying land is that the topography and the geographical features of it really dictate how you carve it up. And sometimes the other things you could consider would be easements or other existing boundaries, roads, any type of permanent infrastructure that's there that already divides the property up. You can't just go and buy a big square section of land and then just divide it into equal parts. It rarely happens that way because of all those things that I mentioned. And so what often will happen is that people will have to figure out kind of what it would look like to develop or to share. And what does that sharing look like? Because there's many different ways you could do this. You could try to split it up in the best way possible. But another way you could do it is create you can almost look at the way cities are zoned and kind of look at land use and think about, okay, if 10 people want to get on this land and we want to split the land up, and we all want to have a certain percentage of that based on what we've invested, but we all value growing food and we'd like to perhaps do that cooperatively in some way or another. We know that for growing food, there's going to be some infrastructure in there that could be shared fairly easily without major compromises to one's personal space. Just like a large nursery greenhouse or a post-harvest area, an area where you can butcher the chickens, you can wash all the carrots before they go into the root cellar, you could whatever it is, or perhaps even a root cellar, though that might be better to have your own, just so you're not having to have everything so shared. But and another one would be a potential shared grid system. So let's say the property's off grid and you want to keep it off grid. If you were to share in the investment of such infrastructure, you could really make a strong economic case as to why that would be valuable. Because, and look at my off-grid system as an example. My off-grid system is more or less a district energy grid. It's such a big system because we already have multiple buildings that go off this this system. That's just because my position to be able to do that kind of thing. I'm an overly ambitious guy. I had the resources to do it. I'm like, let's just do it. And that's, people often kind of make fun of me in my YouTube videos that my homestead is hardly a homestead. It's more of a compound, and it's true. And so you can almost look at my homestead in a way as a model for how you could have a small community in living together in some ways. And so I want to draw something here that was a really cool thing that came out of this call on a way that you could create sort of land use districts on a property. So let's go through a hypothetical situation. And we'll look at other ones too, but just for now, I kind of felt like talking about this because it's kind of fresh on my mind. And I think it'll be useful to people who are just kind of chiming in, because there's a lot of things there's a lot of situations that this could be beneficial to for all kinds of different land, cooperative land buying endeavors. So let's take a piece of land and let's just say, just for the sake of it, it's a big square. Okay. And let's call that 100 acres. Let's try to keep our numbers really simple. Let's call it 100 acres. And let's say we want to buy that. And let's say it's raw land and it's 100 acres. And we want to buy this land for $500,000. And we have 10 people. So that means that 10 people are going to have to put in 50 grand, or 5 people would put in 100 grand, whatever. But let's just say it's 10 people. 10 people don't necessarily need 10 acres, because you could say, okay, well, 10 acres could be, and by all means, if the land makes sense to do it that way, but trust me, you'll rarely find land that can be split up into equal 10-acre portions, unless it's on the prairies or something where there's very little natural topography to factor in. But then you'll have water bodies, you'll still have riparian areas. But anyways, geography is always going to really make that difficult to do, at least where the land is equal, because that would not be the case. And maybe, you know, more food for thought here, don't mean to throw too many things out there, but maybe that's part of your consideration, is if you were to divide the land up into 10 equal portions, how would you evaluate those? So divide everything by that $500,000 investment. Not all 10 acres are equal. Some guy might have a stream coming through his 10 acres. Another guy might have grass and no trees, you know, so you have to evaluate things easily. But a way that we talked about it in this accelerator was that you could almost divide it into a suburban partition. So let's say you have a primary entrance in the center of the property, a main driveway that comes in. You could create, and of course your members would have to want to do this. You could create a sort of a cul-de-sac. So you have the sort of keyway. So here's your 100 acres. And let's say we take this, if I had to guess, might be 10 or 15 acres. What you could do is create a sort of a suburb within a greater area of land, and then you could create zones for that land. So let's say we do 10 partitions in here. So you have this kind of spoke and wheel type system. You come in. So there's, oh, would it be 4, 5, 6, 7? I might not be able to get my, what do we have? 1, 2, 3. That would be 8. So we have to go dividing a 10. I'll just do this so that I don't waste too much time on something that's not necessary. I didn't make 10 pieces of the pie. I made 8 because my brain is too can't make 10. So anyways, just pretend there's 10 partitions. So here's 100 acres. You have a primary drive that comes in, and then you have these other partitions that are essentially suburban acreages, and they might be, they might be an acre each. So in the center, you've got this cul-de-sac area, and then the front of everybody's house is facing into that cul-de-sac area. And in that cul-de-sac area, you might want to vary the size of that and make it larger or smaller, depending on what you wanted to do. Maybe you wanted to have a park right in the center of it. And that park would allow you to have a nature space that had trees, which also created a visibility partition between homes that were across from each other, which is kind of cool. But then you could put a kids playground in there. Imagine if you had 10 families that came together and all had kids, that you have this stacking functions in the permaculture sense of you create a natural space that people want to spend time in, a space that people want to that have a sense of community. And, oh, let's go to the park. Let's use at the park today. But also knowing that you could let your kids go out and play in that park and you trust everybody around. That's a huge benefit as a parent. And so you might have something like this, but then everybody on the back end of their property could also have more land depending on what they wanted to do. Some people might want to just buy in because they want to be invested in a community like this, and they're not necessarily a farmer or whatnot. Maybe they're a welder. Maybe some people that want to get in on it are tradespeople that have valuable skills that other people can use, but their skills don't require much more than a shop. So a guy who does welding and carpentry, he doesn't need 10 acres, but a farmer like myself would want 10 acres. And so you could create other infrastructure around it and cut it up as you see fit. But one thing you might do is you might say, okay, well, let's have a farm right up front. And then in that farm, when you come in, there's some shared infrastructure in the farm close to the wheel, so that post-harvest areas, things like that, could be shared with people who even just have gardens, as well as the farm. And then you might say, okay, well, let's have a community grid. So we need to have a certain amount of power dedicated to that. And that could be a big solar system with maybe a secondary form of electricity, such as a micro hydro or a wind. If you're in a windy area, if you're not in a windy area, wind is useless. Wind power, in my opinion, unless you have wind all the time, you might as well just add more solar. But diesel generator, whatnot, you could create an area for that and then dedicate a portion of land to that. That's put into this public trust or this nonprofit society or this corporation, or however you're going to manage it, a nonprofit, a 501c3, you name it, it could be a variety of different things. But essentially, this is the basic idea with this one, is that you decide, what does everybody need for their basic living? How comfortable are you, and how much space do you want? And then that land is yours and yours alone. Okay, it can't be messed with. But if you're going into a community land agreement, you probably want to have some sort of clauses in there for first right of refusal to buy, so that some guy here doesn't sell, and then some paranoid liberal who wants everybody to wear masks buys in, and now you have this cancer in your community. So you don't want that. And that's where HOAs and things like that can actually come in handy. But the basic idea here is that you need to understand the whole context of everything there. What does everybody need to live? What does everybody want to do? How do people fit into this? And then design the land based around that. And then you can create private trust agreements for those things amongst the members. You don't even have to get the law involved in that. You can do that entirely private. The thing is, getting into some of that gravy with the legal stuff that we talked about in the past, what people don't realize about the private and the public, and I don't want to open a can of worms on this, so this will be a slight diversion for people who've heard me talk about these things in the past, is that people think, oh, going into the private suite, because then you can just do everything outside of the law, or not the law, but of the legal system. And that's kind of true. But the thing is, when you do things in the private, you now accept a higher amount of responsibility, because you don't have the third party arbiter of the state. And if you get the state involved, that can be sometimes tricky, because then you might be commingling your private and public. So you need to be careful with that. But there's nothing wrong with having something on the front end that could be represented differently on the back end. So you might want to form a corporation. So let's say you want to get together a couple hundred people to buy a piece of land, and it's a way smaller investment, and you want to do something with that land. Okay. But how do you structure it when you have hundreds of investors? It's challenging, but not that challenging, because all you have to do is look at some current cooperative models out there to see what's used. So a really common one is the Mountain Equipment Co-op outdoor brand in Canada. I think REI in the US is the same, because MEC was based off REI. Let's have some water here. And the way, well, I won't say the way REI's works, because I don't know, I'm not a member, but I'm a member of MEC, and I'm pretty sure it's built off REI. So anyways, the way it works is you buy a membership fee, And then that membership fee allows you to engage the services of that company, but it also gives you the right to vote for the board of directors. And most nonprofits run this way. My credit union bank is exactly the same. By becoming a member, you now have a voting share and you can elect a board of directors. And so that would be the ultimate way to do it. Yeah, REI is a co-op. Yeah, thank you. And that's essentially how it works. And so if you wanted to say, hey, a bunch of us truthers want to get together and buy some kind of land, we don't know necessarily what we're going to do with it yet. We've got a loose idea and a plan that we've talked about, but we don't know how it's going to look. And so you basically buy the land, and before you buy the land, you have to form some kind of entity, because if you just put it into one person's name, well, then there's no remedy for everybody else. Like, that person can just rip you off. And so you form an entity of some kind. It could be a trust, it could be a corporation, it could be a 501c3, it could be some kind of nonprofit, it could be a C corp, it could be a variety of different things. It doesn't necessarily matter. You just have to form the entity. And then the entity, so then you got to go and get a bank account and do all that stuff for it. So the entity is created, and then the directors would have to be assigned to start, essentially. But then you could just change things however you want in the end. You can shift around boards of directors and whatnot. You can do all that. I mean, even technically, one person could buy the land. Okay. And sometimes that's actually the best way to do it as far as things getting done. Sometimes it's just like, if somebody just takes the reins and just does it. You've seen this with employee-owned companies like My Pillow or Johnny Selected Seeds, two great examples, where they started as one thing, but then the owner basically sold shares to the employee. So you can change things after the fact. There's always remedy. Like, there's always a way to go back and change it. But the important thing is that if you want to have remedy for the people investing, and if there's no remedy and people know that, they're less likely to invest. And so if you want to get, say, $1,000 donations or contributions to this, that would be the best thing to do, is form the structure and then give everybody a sign. It's the same thing when you draft contracts with lawyers. I've done this dozens of times. When you have to create a company and then you see how the shares are delegated, you just assign a value to those shares. So one way you could do it is you could assign one share per $1,000. And then you just decide, what does that share do? Does that share give me a stake in ownership, or does that share give me a voting right? And all of these things are up to you to decide. But that would be the best way to do it in terms of an equitable structure, is just give people voting shares, and then people elect 10, 12 board of directors, and those boards of directors decide what happens with the land. It's that simple. It's really, really that simple. But often, from what I've seen in my experience looking at these things over the years, is that the best visions, the ones that come to fruition quickest or come to fruition, period, are the ones that have a good, strong vision that's really been well thought through and sort of tested by people who would give you skeptical things to consider. Well, have you thought about this or thought about that? That's the best way to formulate something strong, is have that, not this willy-nilly wishy-washy thing. It's, no, this is it, this is how it's going to be. But you're open to change it. But it's really important to start with a strong vision of what it is. I mean, if I were to do something like this, what I think almost a perfect case scenario would be, say you wanted to create some kind of community, would be to start with maybe 5 people. Less is better, because you can always bring more people in after the fact. And that's actually better to do, because sometimes it's easier to get off the ground when there's less people. That's why I say sometimes, if it just means one guy buying the land to get it going and then changing the structure now the thing's rolling. and people like to see progress. When people see action steps have been taken and things are moving forward, they go, yeah, this is more likely going to succeed than not, because there's already been a number of successes. And so you might say 5 people come together and buy this 100 acres. Maybe early on, they all carved out 5 to 10 acre parcels for the, call it 5 acre or less parcels. And there's a good amount of land left over. What do we do with that? You could do things. I've even seen this in the US, is that you can have, let's carve out 10 acres of that land to rental. And it could be income for the trust or the company. So you can now create a monetary a profit incentive into this thing by let's carve up 10 acres, maybe even 5 acres. You could build a sort of a townhouse complex, whatnot, and then get people in there and people that share your values. So everybody that comes in has to sign off on the mission statement, and that mission statement can be whatever you want it to be. However, I will tell you, as far as this is hilarious watching this in the background. I don't think he realizes he's on my stream, but is that oh geez, I totally lost my train of thought there. Yeah, okay, so I'll just kind of go back a bit. Is that you could have this thing, if you have places to spend money on in your property, that's a good thing, because it creates incentives and reasons to invest together, reinvest together, but also make some money at something. And I think it would be super cool to have a property that had some private residences and then some multi-use things. And so some kind of rental scenario where you got townhomes, or townhomes that are big enough that they have, call it at least a 2,000 or 4,000 square foot yard, where people can do some of their own gardening. They can feel like they're on the land to some degree, but you could create revenue from this. You could do events. You can have a farm, of course, right? I've talked about these kinds of things forever. You could have a campsite, right? Glamping. That's a common one that we're seeing more and more of on these kinds of things. The more ways you have to monetize this, the better, because then now when you started with 5 people, you might have done some of that initial stuff. You got water there, you got your access sorted out, you got your driveways. You've created some sort of utility access to different parts. Maybe there's utility access to where you might want to put a potential campsite, or utility access for not utility access, but connecting your grid. You've done some stuff. Then you might say, hey, we're looking to bring in 5 more investors at $100,000 investment each to build this thing. And this thing's going to be monetizable, and we'll expect these kinds of returns. I think the more you can do that, the more successful this can be. I mean, let's face it, we live in a capitalist world. The game is money, and everybody has to be concerned about money. If you're not, you're most likely a communist living in your mom's basement, and you haven't had to realize that you have to pay bills too. And so if you don't have people that have that realistic understanding of what it takes and what's needed to move things further, you can't have this idealism, and this is where I'll look at some of your guys' comments in here. This is where these kind of hippie ones fall apart, is you don't have a strong root in either some kind of tradition or just really strong laws of governance and how is everything managed. Because there's ways you can do this in a completely secular way. I would say on a scale going left to right, the more secular your community is going to be, the more it has to be rooted in founding principles and structures like HOAs, or there has to be a greater private ownership stake, or you have maybe a business enterprise tied to it. If you want to go non-secular towards, the Amish, the Quakers, the Mennonites, the Hutterites, that kind of thing, you need to have it really rooted in a common faith. And I've visited all kinds of hippie communes and Christian communities around North America. And hands down, the best ones are if you want things, well, actually, we didn't finish my timeline, is that if you're going to go more non-secular and more communal, it has to be rooted in faith. If you're going to try to go communal with this hippy dippy thing, it's a gong show. It's a gong show. And there's so many examples of that. But I would say that would be kind of where what sort of a fundamental principle I would allocate to my thinking in that, is that if you're going to go secular, and there's nothing wrong with doing something secular. It's not about religion. It's about some people who have some shared goals coming together. You really got to lean heavy on your contracts, your structures, and your business. If you want to go more rooted in faith and more communal, because Hutterites and Quakers and Mennonites and Amish, all those people do things communally, and they actually even pool their money together. Pooling money together in a non-secular way, unless it's completely rooted in business and contracts and things like that, will fall apart because it turns into a gong show. So many examples of this, and I'm not going to name names because I've visited a lot of these places around Canada and the US, and the problem that happens. So let's just talk about some of the good examples and the bad examples. So I'm talking, we've got a number of types of arrangements here when it comes to cooperative land buying. We've got, of course, the Amish model, which is heavily faith-based. It's communal, and it's really rooted in a strong tradition. And the values that the people in that community have are very strong, and they face severe ostracism if they don't adhere to that doctrine. And then we have those can kind of get into the cult space, and when that happens, or how that happens, is when you have the sort of the cult of personality. So there's a David Koresh, there's a whatever, pick your cult leader, Jonestown Massacre kind of stuff, like that kind of thing, where you've got this guy who is he's the leader that can do everything else that you're not allowed to do, right? He can say anything he wants, you can't. There's rules for me and rules for thee. The cult always falls apart, and it just becomes a matter of time, because the biggest weakness in the cult is that it's based on a foundation of lies, but it's lies that nobody else is allowed to expose. Right. And so this is where you get the severe excommunication. You see this in Scientology. When people defect or say anything against the apparatus of Scientology, or their cult leader, whatever his name is, you get excommunicated, but you also get slandered, and you can have your life destroyed. And this is pretty exclusive to cults. And this is, again, why faith-based communities always crush most of the others. I would say on both sides of the success scale, we have the secular ones that are strictly rooted in contracts, law, and money and financial agreements, HOAs and whatnot. And then the other ones that are successful are faith-based, and almost everything in between fails, and we'll kind of go through those. So going from the faith-based, as we fall towards failure, we move towards the cult, because the cult can start as faith-based, but then the cult turns into a cult. Yeah, David Miscavige, that's it. It turns into a cult when there is one leader who essentially is a hypocrite, right? That's essentially what you have with cults. It's where the old term, the emperor has no clothes, comes from. And you have that leader who can say anything, do anything, and he's always forgiven, but you can't, right? And so that's the cult. You have the leader of the cult with their titles, whatever it could be. That's where you inevitably run into failure, because it's all based on lies. Going further, made towards secularism, but along those lines is you see a lot of not faith-based, but new age spiritual stuff that comes out, and you get these sort of hippie communes where you have a bunch of people come together. You saw this, the Back to Lander movement in the 60s, which was a disaster and was a psyop in my opinion, but you had all that stuff happen, and all of them fell apart in years, because the lie that they're rooted on is that there is no leader. So in the faith-based communities on this side of the scale, we have God is king, Jesus is the leader, and variations within those types of faith-based communities, of course. But that's the supremacy. That's the foundation of truth that everybody accepts. There is no altercation. Yes, there's pastors of the church. Yes, there's clergy leaders and things like that. But still, they all claim that God is king. And I don't need to go into the details of various faiths. I'll let you decide how that is for you. But that's how the reason those succeed is because they're rooted in a foundation of an accepted truth amongst the members. Then going to the cult, you have a lie accepted by the members, is that the holier than thou, the king, can do anything he wants, and then nobody else can. So it's rooted on a foundation of lies. It eventually falls apart. But then there's that definitive leader that we all think is the leader, but he's not the right leader because he's an asshole and he wants you to do this, that, and the other. And it's not going to work over time. And then going further towards secularism, you have these hippie communities that aren't a cult because they don't have a leader. But this is why every hippie community I've ever visited is either turns into some debaucherous gong show or just falls apart, or all the key people leave. Is that in the hippie commune, there's no leader, right? And so everybody's saying, oh, there's no leader. We're all equal. This is all cool. We're all chill. We don't need a lot of rules. We're just chill. What ends up happening is a leader moves in to fill that space. And what I've seen is that in those hippie communes, they often become matriarchal, and that they're usually there's the leader is unofficially a certain woman that everybody knows is the leader, but you're not allowed to say she's the leader because she'll be offended if you call her the leader. And so then we're living in this lie where we can all see with our own eyes that there is a leader, because there's somebody that speaks up, and every time they speak up, everybody else takes their opinion out of fear or whatever it is. Those fundamentally fall apart too, because they're also built on a lie. And so where all this comes to is that everything that's good about society or civilization, or everything that gets us to a better place, has to be built on a foundation of truth, of fundamental truth that is accepted by all the people participating. If you don't have that, and lies permeate, and people start telling lies or whatever it is, the foundation falls apart. I mean, in construction, so here's my house in construction right behind me. Without foundational truth about how to build a concrete footing and a foundation wall, how many rebars have to go in there? Where do your anchor bolts go in? How does the sill plate get? Without all of these foundational applied science truths, you can't build a house. And so it's the same thing in society. The best thing in societies that have got us to where we are now all come from foundational truths. Otherwise, it would fall apart. Thus, this is where we are in this New World Order rollout, to just kind of throw in that, is that the fundamental truths that we've all accepted for our entire lives are now being attacked by infiltrators. And they're trying to break down what you see as truth so that nobody can observe anything that they can agree on. Now everybody is seeing something different, and then that's where you have collapse. And I think that's where we are in a macro perspective. So going back along where I was talking about the scale, so we've got non-secular faith-based communities, cooperative land agreements, what have you, to secular. We can have success in the secular, we can have success in the faith-based, but as we get closer to secular agreements when it comes to land, they have to be rooted in a strong foundation of law, okay? And so that comes down to a number of things, depending on the types of people you have in such arrangement. Right on the tip of it, when I say have to be rooted in a strong foundation of law, that comes right down to the contracts that are drafted by the people that are involved. Everything has been considered. There's shotgun clauses. There's considerations to what if scenarios, all of it. You have to go through it all. And one thing I would say, when you're doing these kinds of things, don't hire a lawyer to start. That's such a waste of money. Lawyers are so overpaid and are so useless in so many different ways. To draft a good contract, all you need are your own ideas, and write them as simple as possible, and redraft and go through it as many of your members as possible. But so you have to be rooted in a strong foundation of law, which are contracts that are binding, either in the public or the private, and there's remedy for those contracts being enforced. There has to be. If there's no remedy for enforcement, then the contract means nothing. So again, if you're going to create a secular structure, and let me just be clear on this in case some people are wondering, when I say create a secular structure, I'm not talking about let's create a society for atheists. I just mean that the basis of the structure isn't rooted in faith. The people involved might all be church-going, practicing Christians or Muslims or whatever you are. That doesn't matter. But I'm just talking about, if you want to have an arrangement with people that maybe have a different religious background than you, it has to be rooted strongly in law. So contracts is the first part of that. And then other parts of that are using legal entities and or structures to create some kind of governing body apparatus where you have shareholders, boards of directors. Could be you could go into the trust. You can there's the grantor, there's the settler, and then you have trustees. And so what all that stuff comes down to, whether it's a public or private structure, trust, corporation, nonprofit, church, or 501c3, things like that, is everything has to be, ironed out. It has to have this strong foundation in law. And there was another point I was going to just make on that. I kind of lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, is fiduciary duty. So what all this comes down to is fiduciary duty. So if one guy gets a bunch of money to buy us some land and it's all in his name, there's no remedy for anybody who put their money in. So that means that individual has zero fiduciary duty. He can just take it, sell it, do whatever he wants with it. But if I create a trust, a corporation, or any type of legal entity, and then I write a charter or a mission statement or whatever it is for that structure, and then I create the entity, and then that entity is owned by these parties, well, then now I have fiduciary duty to maintain and fulfill my duties as a trustee or a director or a shareholder or whatever, is that you have that fiduciary duty. And that's a legal term for your responsibility, essentially. And that is the most important thing, because if you don't have a signed and agreed on fiduciary duty, then nobody has any obligation to do anything for the institution. And then the institution falls apart. And you see this all the time. And this is where all the hippy dippy stuff falls apart. Linda Craig says private member associations. Yeah, again, whether it's in the public or the private, it doesn't matter. You still have to write the contracts, whether the contracts are private or not. It doesn't matter. And you talk to Joel Salatin about that. You know, Joel's been doing PMAs forever, in a different context than the way I've kind of been, I have experience with them. Not so much, but just as deep as they go, I guess, would be different from what I do privately than what Joel does. But PMAs, yeah, it's a structure. But at the end of the day, you have to have everything be, you have to have a meeting of the minds. You have to have negotiation. You have to have agreement. You have to have consent. You have to have transparency. You have to have all of these things. Otherwise, it just falls apart. So come up with your own contract and have it notarized. Yeah, that's exactly it, Shanner. That's what I say when it comes to doing these contracts is don't touch a lawyer at all. Lawyers, I mean, the only time in my experience that I find lawyers useful now, and I guess I have probably more experience in the law than most people because I spent so much time reading it in Canadian law, is to do mergers, acquisitions. And are they even needed? No. But when you do an M&A or when you do mergers and acquisitions, there's so many factors that sometimes the parties involved can lose track. And so a lawyer can be useful there because the lawyer will make you think about other, especially if you have a good M&A lawyer that understands your work. And, you know, for me, I've done these contracts, and when you have a complicated business with a lot of different moving parts, if a lawyer doesn't understand that, then he's not a good lawyer for it. But I would say that's the only time that I've needed to do lawyers is on deals, mergers, acquisitions deals. For the most part, you can just use a notary, because a notary is essentially just a cheaper version of a lawyer, because they just have the authority to sign off on certain legal documents that give it legal weight. They give it a third party authentication. And so notaries are just way easier and way cheaper, because if you have people that are reasonably intelligent and know how to negotiate considerations, then you can just draft all that up and then take it to a notary. And all he would do is, oh, I suggest this section you word it this way because this is a little bit unclear. Or what did you mean by this? Because this, and they'll just go through with a red pen, and basically a lawyer will do that too, but you'll pay a lawyer $500 an hour, a notary, you know, $100 an hour for a good one. But a notary doesn't need to spend the amount of time that a lawyer will, because lawyers love to take your money. That's the thing about a lawyer. As soon as you call a lawyer, the clock is ticking and you're being invoiced, and they'll shoot the shit with you and do all kinds of stuff. They don't care. You're paying out $500 an hour. And so they'll waste your time until you're blue in the face or until you're broke. So you have to be careful about that. Camp Creek Hill says, but isn't a PMA still legal? Don't make provisions for it in your American law. We don't have provisions for PMA. Well, I don't know specifically in regards to American law how that comes in, but I know under international law, you have the ability to private contract. And I think that is actually in the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, UN Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. I'll kind of try to multitask this while I'm doing this, but all right. Basically, in where is it here? I'm just looking through the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Basically, maybe it's in the other one. And anyways, under international law, and go and try to find this. You have the right to contract. Okay. And so what that means is that take this for a weird sort of metaphor. I could tie you to this chair. I could tie your hands behind your back. Okay. So just to understand this right as a fundamental right. Because there's privileges and benefits from the government, and there's fundamental rights, the right to life or the right to prosperity. These are God-given, what we consider God-given rights, and they're foundational to the American Constitution, which is why the American Constitution is so important, is even an internationally recognized document. Is that I could bound and tie you to a chair, and I could duct tape your mouth closed, but I can still ask you questions and you still have the ability to say yes or no. So fundamentally, you can't take away an individual's right to contract. So whether there's provisions for PMAs in your local jurisdiction, it doesn't matter, because fundamentally, all humans have the right to contract. And I'm pretty sure it is in that international covenant. I just have a hard time multitasking. I need a guy like Jamie who can go through this and tell me, but basically that's fundamental. So PMAs exist everywhere, and sometimes they just have to be top dressed into the legal, in the sense that you can have a PMA and its contents and agreements are in the private, meaning that the public has no authority over them or any jurisdiction over them, but the public can be notified that the private contract exists, and that's usually all they need to know. Like the public, usually in regards to trusts in the private, at least in Canadian law, I'm pretty sure it's the same in the US, is the public can be noticed of a trust, but the public has no jurisdictional authority over the contents of the trust. So who's its beneficiaries, who's its trustees, who's its settler, all of that is private. And because trust law, as it came down from the Holy Roman Empire, was private law, most commonly in the ecclesiastical law and trust laws, when trusts were the first types of laws. When the Roman Empire was shipping goods across the Mediterranean from one end of the empire to the other, they created trusts. So deliver this bottle of water. So here I am, I'm the grantor, and I create the trust for the purpose of delivering the goods. So I come in as the grantor, create the trust, and the purpose of the trust is to make sure these goods are delivered to this party in this condition, and upon delivery, the trust will be closed. Its purpose is fulfilled by its trustee and accepted by its beneficiary. So the grantor comes in, passes the bottle to a trustee. So I come in as the trustee. I accept the fiduciary responsibility of making sure the goods are transported to the beneficiary. And then the trustee hands it off to the beneficiary. The beneficiary accepts the goods, and the trust is closed. That's essentially how trusts started, in a really, really simple way. And they're still used today. I mean, it's common knowledge. Well, it's not common knowledge amongst common people, but I would say it's fairly common knowledge amongst people who understand how the banksters rip everybody off and enslave the world, is that all the gravy for them is in the private, but everything else is done on the front end. So you'll have a corporation on the front end, and that corporation is what's referred to as a SPV, or a special purpose vehicle, to a trust in the private on the back end. And this is very common. And this is what a lot of billionaires do. And even if you do some research into the city of London and how some of these billionaires that operate there pay no taxes and are able to move things offshore, which is only one way of getting things out of a jurisdiction, but they can actually keep them in not a jurisdiction, but a geographical area in private, and the public has no, doesn't have a right to know, because those things don't commingle. So yeah, there's many different ways you can do it. Okay, I'm going to just spend a little time and looking at your guys' chat here. what you guys are saying in the chat. Yeah, an MOU, a memorandum of understanding. MOUs are good for things that are, and I think the way Joel uses those are between the buyers and the sellers, not necessarily the partners. But an MOU is an easy way to get somebody in. Say you want to create a private food co-op, and then you'd have an MOU for those buyers coming in, but you'd have a different contract for those that were the primary shareholders, or something like that. Can you write your own contract to sell a house? I'm not sure about that, actually. I don't think so, but I don't know. I've always used realtors. Well, kind of. No, I've used a notary once before. But yeah, you don't need to use a realtor. Actually, I bought this place without a realtor, but there was a realtor on the seller's end, but I just came in as a party. Oh, no. I hired a realtor for this one just to do my paperwork. But this place is so cheap that the fee was very negligible. What are you guys saying here? Yeah, this is people asking if this is recorded. Yeah, this is recorded. It's on YouTube. I would say to Canadians, wait to buy land. I'm telling you, prices are going to come down. So I saw somebody said, want to do this on Vancouver Island? I wouldn't even consider buying property anywhere in the Lower Mainland right now. It's so overvalued. It's such a ripoff. There's a lot of places sitting for sale for a long time right now, and they are, they're pulling the listings down and putting them back up. I mean, I've witnessed so many listings, homestead listings in Canada, that have been put up 2 or 3 times already this year. So they're still showing 180 days on the market, but it was pulled down and put back up 2 other times prior. That is so common. So keep that in mind. MM says, Curtis, you said you will stay outside the CBDC system if it comes about. How do you pay your, oh my goodness, this question is so, I'll answer this question because I guess I just can't seem to answer enough. How are you going to pay your land taxes you own and want to buy when the system will accept their currency? So what are CBDCs? Okay, CBDCs are central bank digital currencies, and it's the thing that in the truth community right now people are freaking out about, because they're saying, oh, this is all going to go down, and when there's not going to be money anymore, or there won't be currency as we know it anymore. And the evidence is on you for that claim. So you're saying that I can't pay land taxes if I don't use CBDC. In what government document have you found that said taxes will only be collected in CBDC? I didn't even see it in the bill for CBDCs in Canada, nor did I see it in the bill for CBDCs in the US. And granted, I didn't read those things word for word, but I flipped through them and I know how to navigate a legal document, and I saw no mention of that. So again, if you can find it, show me, and then maybe I'll elaborate more on that answer. If you can prove to me that when the CBDC is issued, that there is A, no longer a US dollar, or B, no longer a Canadian dollar, then we can have that conversation. But nothing, that is not the case. It looks like the CBDC is in conjunction system, that it's going to run in parallel with the dollar. Because I mean, Canada, we have the Bills of Exchange Act, which outlines exactly what money is in Canadian or currency is, how it's created, who creates it, how it's used, how it can be used, can't be used, all that. The Bills of Exchange Act, go look it up. I didn't see in anything from the bill for CBDCs, I forget what the document's called, that there would be a complete uprooting of the Bills of Exchange Act. I didn't see it at all. I actually didn't see a mention of it at all, but there might have been, because as I said, I didn't read that document as well as I've read some other Canadian documents, but I didn't see it in there. So when everybody says that you're going to be forced off your land for not paying tax, the burden of proof is on you to prove that that's going to happen. The burden of proof isn't on me to imagine a hypothetical scenario that there's no evidence for. So this is the thing. People need to be, this is the thing that drives me crazy in the truther community, call it for lack of a better term, is that people get some kind of thing that comes out that shows this is going to happen. And then everybody just comes to all these assumptions, but they don't read the law. And this is what drives me crazy, is that I have found every single time, and I'm not saying that this is the case for the person who mentioned the CBDCs at first, but in my experience, every single person that has asked me that, and I ask, well, where did you read that? And they go, I don't know. I heard it on Alex Jones. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to open the door for my. Okay, thanks, David. I appreciate it. Nice afternoon coffee from my love. Yeah, she sexed in there. You need a coffee. And that's the same with all this stuff, you guys. The burden of proof is on he who makes the claim. That is straight up foundational. When you need to go down the rabbit hole, if you're going to go down the rabbit hole, if I would have had that in my mind for the last 20, I'm 44 today, so 24 years I've been kind of on a truther path. My dad told me about the Federal Reserve when I was 20. I've told the story too many times, I'm not going to tell it, and he kind of showed me how the banking system works and all that stuff. This was like my first real big red pill. So I've been on this path for 24 years. If I would have known that long ago, this foundational principle that the burden of proof is on he who makes the claim, I would have wasted so much less time with so much truther bullshit, because there's so much of this BS out there. And of course, I'm not going to sit there, conspiracy theorists and all that. That's all BS. Conspiracy theorist is anybody who just questions the narrative. But that term was also created by the CIA to discredit people that were questioning the John F. Kennedy assassination. And that's on the record. That's in leaked documents that are no longer that have been what do you call them when they open them up, and that's on the record. And so anyways, but yeah, people that are going, this, that, and the other, what are you gonna do about this? What are you gonna do about that? The latest one I'm seeing all the time, which is so annoying, is, are you gonna paint your roof blue so that they don't destroy your home? It seems to me that in the truth community, a lot of people are looking for an excuse, because if you get too into the doom and gloom of it all, and then you start to feel hopeless, people are looking for an excuse to not take on a massive amount of responsibility. And that is the unfortunate burden that you will be faced with once you start getting into the gravy, is that if you're going to, and that's where, my dad forever changed my life, is because if he would have never told me 24 years ago how the central banking cartel works and how it enslaves the world, all the way up to the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, I probably wouldn't be here today talking about this stuff, because I might not have ever looked into it, because I just never would have thought there would have been something there. Because the thing that's amazing about where we're at with all this stuff in the world is that, I tweeted this the other day, is that truth is stranger than fiction. And that's a quote that comes from, I forget who, C.S. Lewis, or one of those classic authors, said. And when it comes to the truther stuff, it's, that statement is so profound that you really have to stop a little bit with it. So truth is stranger than fiction. Why is it, or how is it that they get away with all this stuff? How is it that they can orchestrate Event 201 before the scamdemic? And probably most Americans don't even know what that is still. The way they can do it is that because truth is stranger than fiction, the truth seems unbelievable because it seems so crazy. I tweeted the other day on because this whole thing about Marina Abramovich, the sort of spirit cooking satanic witch lady who hosts private parties for Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, on the record, was asked by Zelensky to head up a department in the Ukrainian government to build schools. And there's more to the story, but it's true. And I posted that it's true. Truth is stranger than fiction. It's true. It's verifiably provable that that happened, but it's so weird that you go, there's no way. But then when you start to think about things further the way they are, you really start to realize that this is this big matrix game. Like Joe Biden it's insane that he's a president. The guy can barely walk straight. Justin Trudeau, it's insane that he's the prime minister of Canada with the things and the blatant corruption, the things that he says and the blatant corruption. His party's been caught on red-handed so many times we can't even keep up with it anymore. It's so strange that the prime minister of New Zealand looks like a weird ghoul tranny dude. And when you look at pictures of this guy or girl from 20 years ago to now, has gone through this insane transition, which I call the ghouling effect, is that the more crusty and into the New World Order you get, the more you start to look like a ghoul. And these people just look evil. I mean, look at, what was his name? Prince Philip. Look at this guy. I mean, look at George Soros. Look at his face. Look at these people. They're hollow. Look at Ellen DeGeneres. Look at, what's her name? Whatever. Stupid celebrities. I don't care about celebrities. But look at these people. And it turns you into a ghoul. And again, truth is stranger than fiction. The world is so crazy and so strange right now. People are having a hard time believe it. And that's the point. And that's what kind of keeps it in check. And even if you read, I mention it all the time. I never get tired of mentioning it. Tragedy and Hope, Carol Quigley. What Carol Quigley talks about, one of the things he talks about in there is how they get away with very few people controlling everything in the world. How do they get away with it? It's because people are so compartmentalized and people can't believe that other people would do that. And so you know, it's like if you ever brought up something really morbid, truth or stuff at a dinner table, you know, at like a family dinner, and you bring up, you know, child sex trafficking with your grandma. Not that I suggest you do, but let's say you do, or your happy-go-lucky uncle, like I have in the past. And my uncle goes, "Oh, there's no way, Kurt. There's no way. Nobody would do that. Who would do such a thing?" And the problem is you're in this cognitive bias where you only understand the world as you see it, which is a failing in an observation. I think even guys like Bill Mollison and David Holmgren and Jeff Lawton would even understand that. Is like, you can't just base your perceptions on the world as you see it or the way the world ought to be. You have to base it on things that are observably provable. And so in a court of law, they say, I forget the saying, but it's basically two testimonies can establish a fact. And so this is where we get into verifiable truth. Just like the example I gave earlier about, if you don't have accepted truth, you can't build anything great. And so you have to have accepted truth. And that means that the people participating have to recognize, or don't have to, but can, with their own eyes, witness and observe the truth. And without it, everything falls apart. And then again, that's where we are, is that we are in this massive unveiling of this great lie, and it's completely falling apart. And so One thing I got to say about people, if I could give anybody a piece of advice, is stop worrying about individuals and start being more concerned about ideas and principles and the fruit of things. So I always see people talking about Elon Musk. Oh, what do you think about Elon Musk? Is he this, that, and the other? Because I use a number of Elon Musk's products, and I have to say I'm a satisfied customer. I have an Elon Musk car. I use Elon Musk's Starlink internet to do these live streams in the bush. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to have fast enough bandwidth to do it. And now I'm on Twitter or X. I still call it Twitter. I don't like the term X. I think it's stupid. But anyways, people get hung up on, what do you think about Elon Musk? And then they get into these arguments. And this is where truthers are right now being psyoped, I believe. And the psyop's been going on for a long time, is getting hung up on, and it's always internet fights, because in real life, people rarely have these things. But so many people are invested in the internet these days, and their whole life is on the internet, that they put so much stock into it. But people get so hung up on what your stance is on this person. What about Elon Musk? What about Jordan Peterson? Blah, 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 blah. Who fucking cares? Who cares what somebody thinks about somebody else? What's important is if their work has caused harm. And so there's a whole bunch of debate with people online about Jordan Peterson. And I happen to be somebody who has defended Jordan Peterson, not so much defended Jordan Peterson, but just defended attacks on him because of things that people say. And so there's all kinds of truther rabbit holes that you can go into on Jordan Peterson. I think there's some good stuff in there. There's certainly some things to be concerned about. But the thing is, when you look at Peterson and you look at what he's contributed and you look at the people that follow his work, I think the fruits of his work really speak for themselves. So it's this communist tactic that comes out of Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky, which is look at the man, look at the man, look at the man. So Saul Alinsky, the way these radical leftists would run these sort of psychological operations to mobilize radical leftist political action would be to always, in political debates or conversations, always create a straw man of the argument to turn it into the guy giving the argument. Or it's an ad hominem. It's an ad hominem attack. It's a logical fallacy. And so that's what I always say is I don't really care about Jordan Peterson. People say the same thing to me about Alex Jones all the time. Alex Jones is a narc. He's a psyop, what have you. At the same time, I'm not really interested in Alex Jones, the man, but I have been interested in the movement that he has been a part of and some of the great truths that he has unraveled and exposed. So I look at the work of the man, because if you look at the man, you're always going to be disappointed, because men are flawed. All men are flawed. And so when somebody's always asking you to just look at the man, what I do is I first look at that man. So if a man says to me, look at the man, look at the man, look at the man, I first look at that man and see if the things he's asking this man to hold as his highest values and he fails short to do so, does he himself hold those values, and is he morally and logically and ethically and lawfully consistent with everything he's saying? Because this is what the establishment left has done. They did that to Donald Trump, right? Not that I defend Trump, and I don't believe in the political system. I don't think there's any remedy in voting. I don't think Trump is going to bring any reasonable change to the United States. I think it's highly unlikely that he could get reelected, knowing that they keep rigging elections. But regardless, just looking at it at the surface, for the last 7 years, it's been orange man bad in the media. Look at the man, look at the man, look at the man, look at the man. And his record of actions is nowhere near as deplorable as Biden. I mean, even just visually, with Biden sniffing and groping little girls, hundreds of videos online, whereas Trump was grabbing by the you-know-what, that was the smoking gun. And so there's so much BS out there. And people who a lot of people woke up during the scamdemic, right? And welcome to the unofficial truther community. But if you don't want to spend your days and nights with your mind in a gutter thinking about how evil child sex trafficking is, you need to start looking at things a bit more objectively and ask yourself if they're verifiably true, because you can go down a rabbit hole forever with all of this stuff, especially when it comes to other people. That's why, like somebody mentioned Russell Brand, they're doing the same thing to him right now. I'm not going to defend Russell Brand, just as like I'm not really going to defend Jordan Peterson, but I can at least defend Russell Brand's fruits. And seemingly, I mean, yeah, I'm sure so many truthers are going to make the case that he's controlled op, and maybe he is. I don't know. I can't prove it. I don't have the burden of proof on that. But you can see that he's challenged establishment narratives, and that seems to be why they're hammering him. Maybe it's all a big psychological operation. Who knows? But the thing is, when you get too hung up on particular men, you get your mind into this gutter where you're constantly just thinking about who's the man, who's the man, who's the man, who's the man, opposed to pulling the lens back and looking at the greater picture. It's the same thing with all that stuff, because who really cares about the man? And I would even say the same in politics. Who cares about Justin Trudeau? Who cares about Joe Biden? Do you think those individuals are moving the needle any which way in the political system? Like, really? They could be gone tomorrow and it doesn't matter. There's an apparatus of establishment cronies behind them, telling them every which way to go, and they'll do it because they're obedient servants. So the man doesn't matter. And I would say, yeah, I mean, there's some Christians chiming in here about, Yeshua as the savior and stuff. And sure, yeah, whatever it is. I'm not a bona fide Christian. Just people know that. I believe in the Bible. I find there's an incredible amount of truth in the Bible, but we haven't associated with any particular denomination. And so it's a private thing for us. And that's our relationship with God and the Creator is our own. And I don't get caught up in the details of other people's things like that. And I see people who want to troll me and stuff like that. They do that. Oh, Curtis isn't a Christian, therefore blah blah blah. It's, well, okay, whatever. People say shit. And in an era of lies, that's just where we're at. We're in an era of lies. There's so many lies coming from all directions that you don't know where they're coming from or what the truth is. So I think what I want to do right now is kind of share something with you guys right now. I want to show you. So right before this stream, or at 11, we launched the Freedom Farmers Pro thing. And my objective with this stream is not to sell you guys anything, but I do want to show you something because I'm extremely proud of what we've done. And something that that gives me the most amount of life purpose in my work outside of my own homestead and my own family is helping people get on the land. And it's been, and that's nothing new. I've been doing that for a long time, but for most of my career up until the last 3 years, my time had been spent getting people into market gardening, getting their businesses profitable, and helping people achieve success farming in some way or another. Most of the time that'd been either market gardens or microgreens. And I have thousands of people that will tell you that my information has helped them do that. But my journey changed a lot when I came out here, because I was no longer the urban farmer and I was no longer urban farming. In fact, I actually stopped my urban farm business in 2018. Some people still don't know that or realize that, but I stopped commercially farming in 2018 because I was having so much demand for my public speaking work and my consulting work that I found it nearly impossible to manage. And I did have a guy who was really good named Mark, who was helping manage my company for the last number of years before we closed it, that allowed me to multitask and travel around the world and do, big speaking gigs and consulting gigs. because of that. But I basically ended the farm because I just couldn't manage it anymore. I would be in Germany and some chef is texting me and stuff, and it was too crazy. So my career took this other path, and then I closed the farm. But so for so many years, I was just helping people on the farm in the weeds. Now I'm helping people farm in a variety of different ways, even things that I don't even do myself. And we're helping people get on the land. And so Freedom Farmers is our main company platform, and FromTheField.tv is a subsidiary in that. But Freedom Farmers is our course platform where we have 20 different courses on a variety of different land-based enterprises, microgreens, market gardening, holistic land management, raising animals, pastured poultry, pigs, you name it, all these kinds of these things. We have courses on them, and I only teach a handful of them now. But one of my biggest joys has been helping people get on the land. And so I want to show you something right now that when my team finished this, it blew my effing mind, because we created this program. You would have seen me promoted in the early spring, called Finding the Perfect Homestead Property, where I built a course teaching people how to use tools like Google Earth and sourcing information about climate, socioeconomics, whatever. I showed people how I evaluate land, and it's what I'd done in private consulting for many years. People would come to me and say, hey, is this land suitable for farming? Is it suitable for homesteading? What can we do on this land? Should we buy this land or whatever? I had people do that. I've done that off and on for my entire career, whether it was starting at the market garden and just doing urban farming to now. And I don't consult actively anymore, but I am now in this program. So we created that course, okay? And then I showed people how to do it, because ultimately what I want to do is make myself redundant, is that I'll show you everything I do open source. I've done that with every business model I've ever been involved with my entire career on YouTube. And I think my work speaks for itself in that way. I've open sourced everything. And some people with a scarcity mindset, and I had some business mentors at the time say to me, dude, you're giving away your business plan. Why would you do that? You're going to be out of business. That's the mindset. And I've always had, that's a scarcity mindset, because in a scarcity mindset, there's never enough. And an abundant mindset is there's more than enough to go around. By the time any of that, by the time I create enough competition for myself, I'll be on to the next thing. I've always had that thought. And so even when I open sourced my microgreens system, it was the same thing. It didn't put me out of business at all. I was just on to the next thing. And so what we've done is I created that course, how to find land, how to find the perfect homestead property, how to give you all the tools. We had a number of people come to us and say, hey, why don't you guys just look for land for us? Because we'd already established a bit of a team. There's 3 of us that do this thing every week. We find land, and then we do these evaluations. So we created this program afterwards called the Homestead Accelerator. And it was sort of in a beta for a while, because when we built it, we had a core group of, say, I don't know, maybe it was 15 to 30 people that came in and spent quite a bit of money, because it was quite a big ask when we formed the program, because the offer was pretty big. If we can find you the right piece of land and you move there and have success right away, you can say that's a valuable offer. And I mean, I had people spend thousands of dollars on consulting with me to do that. And they didn't even bat an eye at the price, because they knew that if they bought the wrong land, they were screwed. And if they bought the right land, the next 10 years was golden. And so we created the Homestead Accelerator program to do that. And so basically we still run that program, and it's part of Freedom Farmers now. And so people who buy this offer that we're putting out right now, that's $400 for the year, you get access to all of our courses, all 20 courses, and you get access to the Homestead Accelerator, which is an insane value. And I want to show you why. I'm going to share my screen here, because this is what we've created here is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So we have now our own ecosystem for finding land. And so like I said earlier about sort of my biggest satisfaction is getting people on the land. We're doing it right now at a scale that I never thought possible. I never thought we could possibly put this much content out there and have it affect this many people in such a profound way. Because like I said, if you buy the right property, that it's your gravy for the next 10 to 50 years, the legacy. If you buy the wrong property, you either have to slog it out with that property or sell it and then start again. So so the value of this is absolutely insane. And when my partners, because when we first launched the Homestead Accelerator, it was like a couple $100 a month to be part of it. But again, our clients justified the value because they go, if I buy the right price, the right place, and I only paid for that program for a couple months, what's $600 on a $500,000 deal, right? And so what we've done now, and so anyways, we created the Homestead Accelerator, and we've basically banked. We've been doing this for, I think we're on about 10 weeks. So we do about 10 to 15 properties a week. My team every single week. So our members request where they want us to look, where they're interested in finding homestead properties. And then there's sort of 3 levels to our search. In the first level, we have a guy, and using technology goes and batches looks at areas. So we have customers that will say, hey, we want to look for properties in Tennessee. And then, okay, we go and look, and we start with, say, 100 listings or 200 listings even in any given week. And then those go through a bunch of checks. Does it have this? Does it have that? No. That gets filtered down to about 50 properties. Then that goes to another second set of eyes before mine that has an evaluation process that might miss some of the nuance that we would get in sort of broad batching. Then that list comes to me, and then I evaluate the property. And then it's either a yes, it either gets posted or it doesn't. And so what we've done now, which is insane, the value that this map alone, like our Freedom Farmers offer for $400 for the year for all of our courses is insane. Okay. Frankly, I thought we were a little bit, maybe that's too generous, but at the same time, we want to help people. So that's what it is. That is ridiculously cheap on its own. This map feature itself is insane. So essentially what you can do with this map is you can look at this map, and every single property in this has been reviewed by me. Okay. Every single property, and this is being updated every single week. Every single property has been checked and evaluated by my team and myself. So if you find a property in here, it has the potential for food, water, energy, and shelter. And we outline all that in every single property. So you click a property here, and it'll take you to the listing. Okay, so we don't have any skin in the game with these sales, and we disclose all of that in here. We've done our due diligence with this. We have no conflict of interest whatsoever. But we do a full analysis of this. I do the land and everything, and then you can go and watch the video of me evaluating the property in Google Earth. So this is what these videos look like each week when I go through, and they're all, see, all of these are marked. So the place that we looked at, you just got to find it there. Which one was it here? This is the Naples, New York, 53 acres. So you just come through here and you find it. Boom. There's the whole video on this property that you can watch. Close to somewhat peri-urban, but so yeah, see. So, I mean, the observations are, the advantage of this is absolutely insane. And to my knowledge, nobody's ever done this before. Because when I had done this in the past, I had always done it in a private consulting session where somebody came to me with, say, 3 listings, and they say, hey, can we just pay you for an hour of your time to just evaluate these listings and then make a screen recording for us and give us your thoughts? That's typically how I had done that. And it was just 1-to-1, but this, now we can scale it so that basically you go to the properties map in Freedom Farmers Pro, and every single property in here has been evaluated. So every single property you're going to find in here, this place is sweet. Oh no, where's that? Yeah. This place in New Hampshire, this was my favorite pick from last week. This place was unreal. Actually, I'm not even sharing the screen anymore, but let me just share my screen here. We shared this place last week, and this place is unreal. 50 acres. See, we break things down, like we show you the price per acre. That way you kind of get a sort of foundational metric of what the price is. And then you go in here, we got your climate data, top property features, your basic socioeconomics, and then potential threats. So we use the FEMA ratings. So for hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfires, floods, everything. We basically use a FEMA rating for it. And so any property that's in here is a low FEMA rating. So we don't list properties that are in tornado zones. We don't list properties that are in flood zones, hurricane zones, you name it, period. Even any properties that we list in Ohio, we said are a minimum 200 miles from the East Palestine disaster, things like that, you know. And so every single property in here has been approved. So, I mean, if you're looking for a homestead right now, this map will save you probably hundreds of hours, because searching for property is a bitch. And I've done it for 20 years. I've been looking to buy land for 20 years. I wanted to be a homesteader, live on the land, do all this stuff. And it's taken me countless hours and so much dedication, so much learning. But with this software, you guys, like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And so every single listing in there is golden. So anyways, I wanted just to show that because I'm so proud of my team for doing this. It was a loose idea we had a while ago when we were doing the Homestead Accelerator. We was like, how do we outsource this for more people? Because for myself, my benchmark of success and how I measure the success that I've had is how much positive impact have I had on people's lives. And so for me, it's if I can help the most amount of people get on the land and get to some path towards independence, and however that looks, everybody's going to be a little different. That for me is a win, and it brings me enormous personal satisfaction. And because like when we were figuring out how to do this, we didn't know how we would outsource this. So in a way, our initial, and so much gratitude for our initial Homestead Accelerator members who really kind of funded us to be able to do this, because it's kind of like, it was kind of similar to Elon Musk's launch of Tesla. In order for him to get the Model 3, he had to start with the Roadster and then do the Model S and then do the Model X and then do the Model 3. You kind of sometimes in marketing and business, you kind of have to start with a high offer so that you can have capital to be able to afford the time and experimenting to do something and also build the infrastructure. And that's what we did. And it's cool. So I really, really hope that people will take this offer, because it's not that much of an ask. $400 to get access to all of our courses. We have 20 courses now. Here, I'll show you some of the stuff since we're on this topic of it. I'll just go in the back end. I'll show you Freedom Farmers here. Like, we've been building courses for a while. I built my first course in 2016. It was called Profitable Urban Farming, and it's so dated that there's no point of using it. But I did my microgreens course after that. We actually put this back in because we've had Jonah's microgreens course right here has been our primary microgreens course, but we've brought mine back. And so these are all the courses that we have. We've got this one with Ray Tyler doing high tunnel farming. Ray Tyler is actually he's probably one of my top proteges of a guy who completely turned his business around. I mean, when I started working with Ray as a consultant, I don't know what it was, 6-7 years ago, they were scratching out 10 grand a year on the farm. Within a year, I got them making $100,000 on the farm. And now they're about $500,000 in profit. So Ray Tyler is an absolute crusher in terms of a market gardener, a dad with 6 kids, really, really good guy, a really good businessman. So that course is a new ad. And we've got some new courses that we've built around some of my content, like some of the content that I've built around on my homestead. We've got a food security course with Nicole Connect, homesteader mom, who does canning and preserving. We've got Mastering Microgreens with David Bouchard, Homestead Pigs, Raising Pigs on Pasture with Darby Simpson. We've got pastured poultry, profitable pasture poultry. These are sort of business aspects of all this stuff. And our recent course is with where's Dakota? Where's Dakota's course? Is it not out in here yet? Yeah, there it is. Permaculture Masterclass, Dakota. Dakota Cohen is he's like if I were to characterize him in one way, in sort of pop culture references, I would say he's the Luke Skywalker of regenerative agriculture. Joel Salatin being the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Dakota Cohen is the Luke Skywalker. He's next level, and he's young, and he's got a huge career ahead of him, and the things he's doing right now are absolutely insane. But I've learned, and Dakota Cohen is 10 years younger than me. I've learned so much from this young man, who just has an intuition about permaculture and experience, because he's been living it for so long, has a edge on all of that a lot of guys don't. And he's also a really good communicator and very charismatic to boot. So any course with him is going to be good. But we got a course from Paul Greaves here too, scaling up, taking your livestock farm to the next level. And so, you know, what our goal is with Freedom Farmers is to, like I said, is to get you on the land and then give you a blueprint that you can follow to get as ahead of the game as you can as possible in that. And so that's where my Finding the Perfect Homestead Property course comes in, is like, yeah, you can find your property with ours too, but you might also want to learn these skills. Like this course here can teach you how to be a land consultant in a way, because it can give you the foundations that you have to go and do in practice and learn. You can't really consult unless you're in practice, because you have to have real world. You can't just watch videos from me and then be a consultant. But it can give you the foundation of the information so that when you go out in nature, when you get on the farm or you get in the field, you can now observe these things so you can learn faster. And that's the thing that is really exciting about our platform, and that I'm very proud of, is we are accelerating people's journey onto the land. And that is so important for me on a spiritual level, on a community level, and just a personal level, is to help people begin that journey. Because in my opinion, going forward into the next 20 years, when we look at the 17 sustainable goals, when we look at Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, we look at all this crazy stuff that's going on, that's being implemented. There's so much remedy in just getting out of the city and just getting on the land. And so that's kind of where we're at with that. And that's why it's so important. And I really hope people take us up on this offer, because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how cheap we've made this. But again, sometimes you gotta build something until you can offer it at a better price, right? Like that's just what we see in marketing all the time. Would you be interested in expanding to Canada? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I am in Canada. My company's an American company, though. People often wonder, why are your things priced in US dollars? It's because Freedom Farmers Incorporated is a US corporation. And the reason that we do that, and the reason I do that, is that the US market is still the dominant market. And so if you're taking US dollars all the time, it's so much easier to be a US corporation with a US bank. I did it for many years as a Canadian with a subsidiary US corporation, but all my bank accounts were Canadian. It is a nightmare. It's a pain in the ass. And so some people ask me that why that is, and that's why. Please buy property in New Jersey. No farmers, no food in New Jersey. Property tax are way too high. You know, that's the thing we've looked at. And so some people are asking, you know, why on that map were there no properties in BC? Is because there's nothing good in BC right now. That's why. And I tell Canadians this every single day. don't buy land in Canada right now. Don't, unless you've got some private deal that is, where you're $4,000 an acre kind of thing. Like the property values in Canada are unsustainable, and mark my words, it's going to happen fairly soon. So about a year and a half ago, I started commenting publicly. I said this, I'm on the record saying this, that we hit the bottom of the inflation, or we hit the bottom of the interest rate cycle. Okay, we came down from in the 1980s when interest rates were 18, 19%. We came down to the low where they were at 1.96 and some places even lower. Now we're back up. So we had two inversions. We had the bottom of the interest rate and the top of the bubble of the real estate market. And so people that bought 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm talking about Canada specifically, but this also affects Americans. But in Canada, I said a year and a half ago that we're going to start to see major discounts coming because people aren't going to afford to renew their mortgage. I even just heard yesterday, a close friend of mine has his brother bought a place in the Lower Mainland at the peak of the price, but at the bottom of the interest rate market, and he bought that place at just under 2% interest, and now he has to renew at 8% on the same valuation. So $1 million house in the Lower Mainland is sometimes a shit box. Most of the time, it's a shit box. It's all you can get for $1 million. And now, so a mortgage at 2% on $1 million is sustainable for an upper middle class individual or family, but $1 million mortgage on 8% is unsustainable. And so when I mentioned this a year and a half ago, I was already starting to see articles come out of people saying that they're foreclosing because they can't renew. And now you're seeing the velocity of those articles come out more and more. I'm seeing this all the time now. And it's that's what's the signal for me that this is unsustainable. And there was also things that happened during the whole COVID thing when people ran out to the land, as I did at that time. And most people didn't have what it takes, so they left. And so there's a lot of homestead properties for sale right now in Canada at prices that are not even close to where they're going to go. And so if you're one of those people, I would really advise you. I said this to a friend who's got a property that's really only worth $750,000 in my estimation. And I do this all the time now, so I'm pretty good at it, evaluating properties. But I said, you won't get 750 more. He started at just under $1 million. He's down to 850 now, and he's still got 150 to slide. What I would say, I think he's got 150 to go down lower, is that if you're one of these people right now selling in Canada and you're trying to sell a property on yesterday's prices, forget it. I would lower the price now and sell it now, because if you don't sell it now at a price that you're not too excited about, you'll be selling it in a few months or a couple of years at a price that you're not happy about. And so I said this to my friend. I said, it's better to make less money than no money. And we're in that part in time in the Canadian real estate market where that's what's happening, is that people are still holding on to yesterday's prices and they're getting greedy because they can see that there's a correction coming and they want to cash out, but they're going to lose even more in the end in the hope of getting that price. And so I'm starting to see some things slide in prices in Canada, but when we list price properties on our Homestead Accelerator, they have to meet a certain criteria. And when we first started, we were starting with, actually, let me show you this feature because this is pretty cool too. We were starting with nothing over, I think when we first started, we didn't do anything over maybe 300 grand US. But now when we first started, we only did, I think it was 300 grand US, and it had to be an A property. And an A property means that very little, if anything, needs to be done to improve that property to get it to a point where you can produce food, water, energy, and shelter. And so the four nexuses of human survival. And but then we had a number of our customers say, hey, why don't you guys be a little more flexible on the prices? Because some people were willing to spend $649, some people were willing to spend up to $1 million. And then some people were also saying, well, why don't you show us some B properties? And so we actually rate these now, B, A, whatever it is. And so if it's a B property, it means that it needs certain things to get it up to speed. And in every single property you click on here, you go to the evaluation where I evaluate it. So this one, for example, West Plains, Missouri, you go and you just find that one in the video, and then I'll tell you exactly why it's a B property. And I go through that right here. So here's West Plains, Missouri. That's how easy it is to use this tool. And then you just go watch my assessment, and then I'll tell you exactly why. But anyways, we started to include more of those properties. People were asking us, but check this out. This is what's so cool about this. We can, I helped design the filtering because I've always said, when I look at a property, I want to see certain things. One thing I always like to see is, let's say you're looking at 100 acres. I still want to see at least 5 acres where the majority of the homestead stuff can go. So your outbuildings, your intensive gardens, your immediate pastures, your outbuildings, your infrastructure, your tool sheds, your wood shop, whatever, all those things need to be in 5 acres. And I often reference a book called 5 Acres and Independence. It's an older book about homesteading. And I think that's a really important thing. And so what we did in our filters is, you go look at our filters. So you can filter by country. Right now, we're it's all the US right now. Though, wait a second. I think there are some listings in Canada right now. If there aren't, it's because there's nothing good. Anyways, and there's nothing worth listing, because Canadian homestead real estate, for what you can buy in Missouri for $319,000, in Canada, you're buying for 1.5 million. It's ridiculous. It's unsustainable. But anyways, you can filter your price, right? Just like any of these other real estate things, you can filter your price down, up, whatever, however you like it. You can filter the number of acres, okay, up and down, however you like it. This is where it gets sweet, is you can filter by climate zone. So I'm only interested in properties and with those climate zones, or you can increase your growing days. So if you're looking in colder climates, you could just say, well, I'll just reduce this to, cold climates don't really have anything more than 246 or say 200 days growing. So that's going to immediately eliminate the whole southeast and southeast and whatnot. You can filter by Cope and Geiger. So you can say, I'm only interested in climates that are CFA. So I'm only interested in temperate climates, so on and so forth. I want a property with a pond. I want a property with a river. You can filter for grid. This is what's super cool. So I only want off-grid properties. Boom. Look at that with all these filters. Not enough. Let's just take that off. So I only want off-grid properties. Boom. There's all off-grid properties right there. I want an on-grid property with backup power. Okay. Boom. Those properties all have generators. Or then I can go, this is the one that I added recently, is how much farmable land. Because when I said I like there to be a 5-acre spread where you can do, so you might be looking at 50, 100 acres, whatever. I want 5 acres of farmable land. So I want 5 acres of farmable land or whatever, because then that's the reason we say that, is because that's the bare minimum to homestead, is you need to have at least 5 acres to do all that infrastructure. Of course, I'm not saying you can't homestead on less than 5 acres. I'm just saying that to do what I sort of model, you need to have that. And then you can say how much forest you want. So I want at least 5 acres of forest. What kind of outbuildings do I want? Garage, barn, animal, so on and so forth. So all these filters just significantly reduce your time in what you're looking for. So yeah, it's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, Freedom Farmers Pro is $400 a year. That's right. Rio Rasher sold. Right on. I just sold a property in Northern Ontario for a reasonable price instead of holding out for a high price. Winter is coming with the probability of not selling till spring. Who knows what will happen? Yeah. Not only that, dude, you made a really good decision, because are economic conditions getting better right now? Ask yourself that question. Let me know in the chat. Are economic conditions getting better? Do you think the outcome of another political election, whether it's in Canada or the US, is going to make economic conditions better? No, there's no way. There's no way. So Yeah, you should do a crowdfunding for land. I don't do that. I've never been into crowdfunding. I don't know. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but I don't know. That's not, I don't know. I don't like that. I see a lot of content creators out there doing crowdfundings to buy things, and I don't know. I kind of like that. There's an old Jerry Seinfeld skit where he's doing his stand-up and he's going, it's the intro to the Seinfeld show, and he's going, you making people say to me all the time, you're making all this money. Why don't you let your money do the work? Let your money do the work. And he's always like, you know what? I'll do the work. The money can relax. That's kind of how I've been. I don't mind doing the work. I'm not saying I don't have investments. I do. They're all non-conventional investments, but I don't know. I like to do the work. If I'm going to buy a property for myself, I'm going to buy it with my money. I'm not going to crowdfund buying a piece of land so that I can live out my dream on the land while you donate to it. Like, I mean, that's why I take a lot of pride in what I do, and I have no shame in offering products and services that help people, because that's what I've always strived to do with my business, is just offer people value and make the offer so much better than the value so that people buy it. And that's been the big part of the reason why I've been successful and why I can afford to spend all this money on this homestead and do all this stuff, is because I've sold people good products and services for a long time, and I've been consistent with it, and I've grown my team, and we've been pretty successful with it. So, that's kind of how it is. Yeah, no, the worst is coming for sure. Just reading some of you guys' comments. Will your program put people onto grants? No. I'm not getting involved in that. That's you. You figure that out. We're not brokering government grants. I'm as libertarian as you can possibly get. Really, I mean, on a philosophical and principled level, I'm an anarchist. However, I understand and recognize the use and the utility of the state, and I use it in the law all the time. So I'm not a real anarchist, but I do consider myself an agorist, is that I want to live my life with the least amount of government intervention and association as possible. Hope to get out of the city and quit being a renter for once in my life. So again, I want to tell you guys a way that you can do that is to get out of the city now. So I want to share a little story about a friend of mine who got into trades, and I made a shorter video about this not too long ago. And then he called me because he saw the video. He's like, "Oh, dude, you're talking about me." And so he was kind of flattered. And so he called me and we reconnected. Haven't talked to him in years. But he was in nursing college, nursing school, to be a nurse. And then the whole scandemic happened and he didn't want to take the shot. So he basically had to leave 6 months before finishing his program, where he would have been a bona fide nurse working and doing that whole thing. But his integrity was too strong, which is highly admirable, that he said, forget it. So he quit and he got into trades, and he immediately went into plumber apprenticing, and he got into that apprenticeship program, and he's been now he's working it. So he's just going on his second year in. The guy's already making $50 an hour, 50, as an apprentice plumber. And here's why. So an apprentice plumber isn't going to make $50 an hour. An apprentice plumber probably makes $25 an hour. But the reason my buddy's making $50 an hour is because he stepped up and started buying tools and started bringing his own equipment to the job, where his employer is going, dude, you bring a lot of value, and so you need to be paid for that value. So an apprentice plumber is making $50 an hour. So the message in how to get out of the city is just get out, go to a smaller community and start working somewhere. There's and the challenge for a lot of people to do that is that you look at what you've done, your university education, how you've invested and whatnot, your time, and you go, wow, I've done all this, and how can I start from scratch again? it's unfortunate to have to start from scratch again. But the advantage you have is if you're willing to do the work, there's more people who aren't willing to do the work. And so right now there's a real supply and demand element at play here, where if you're willing to do the work, if you're willing to work construction, there's a lot of construction jobs for you. If you're willing to do landscaping, there's a lot of landscaping jobs for you. If you're willing to work in any kind of trades, there's a lot of jobs available because most people don't want to do them. So right now it's kind of a gravy train in terms of trades, because you can get into a trade and advance very quickly if you're willing to own it and you take responsibility. So A. Peterson says, Curtis, this is the first year price of 400. What about the following years? I don't know. And I don't even make these decisions anymore. I don't get in the weeds. I just do high level stuff in my company now. So I don't know. I imagine it wouldn't be cheaper. Nothing is cheaper anymore. So I would say, if you're considering that offer, just do it. $400 is insignificant in the grand scheme of things, especially if you know you're going to be serious about using this information. Like, it's insane. Just the property thing alone. I mean, to be totally frank, and I told this to my team, is I think it's too cheap. The value of it is insane because, like I said, if somebody does a deal and they win, even if you paid for the program for an entire year for $400, that's going to be spent as soon as a notary crosses his pen on your real estate contract. It's an insignificant investment for the value. And even if you weren't even thinking about, like, I don't want to take all these courses, but to be able to have access to them and just peruse them at your leisure is insane, because you might realize that you might want to get it into raising pastured chickens. And then after watching the harvesting and processing part, you might go, I don't know if this is for me. But hey, you got to learn that before investing all the time and money to make that thing happen. Because sometimes people don't realize that some part of farming and homesteading is they're just not cut out for it. So I would say, that's worth its weight in gold right there. If you are totally frank, can I still be me? That's a good one. Yeah, does anybody, okay, so I mean, I riffed for a while. I'm not going to do this stream much longer, but I riffed for a while on the land co-oping thing. I think I covered what I wanted to cover. I kind of gave a number of different scenarios. I talked about what works, what doesn't, gave some examples of that, and threw some ideas out there. If anybody has any more ideas on that or questions, just throw them at me. I'll just kind of hang out for the next little bit, looking in the chat here and seeing what you guys are saying. Thanks, Craig. Yeah, it is my birthday. 44 years old. That's crazy. I never thought I'd live to see 44. When I was a young guy, when I was in my early 20s or even a teenager, I was doing dumb things, and I got mixed up in the wrong crowd and got into drugs at a young age. And, I didn't have a lot of hope for a lot of years. So I feel blessed to be 44 in good health and be on the land with my wife and my kids. And we're having a lot of fun, doing all this is fun. I got to tell you, now that we're almost done this build, 3 years in, our house is getting into the lockup phase. And we won't be living in it this winter, but we'll be, doing the drywall and putting the later touches on it. We'll be living in it by summer. To do a build is an amazing experience. And I know it's on the bucket list for a lot of people, but yeah, I feel very blessed to be 44 doing this and not 60, 65 or something like that, where a lot of people wait that long to do it. But what are some of the dramas that hippies have when trying to homestead as a group? Okay, well, the classic one with with a hippie homestead is that people start sleeping with each other. That's the classic. I visited near a dozen of these in California, and the drama with that is insane. But again, the drama in hippie communes comes from the fact that they're not built on a foundation of truth, and usually that is because there's no leader, man. We're just all here, man. We're just smoking weed all day and we're just hanging out, dude. But there is a leader because humans need a leader. And so that's where the foundation of that drama comes from, in my opinion, from visiting some of those places in California and BC. Even there's one, I said I wasn't going to name names, but I will name one name. There's because it's not going to offend or compromise anybody, but there is a place in BC on the island called Pools Land. And you can check it out. Vice did a documentary on it years ago, and it's actually quite a good documentary. I think it's before Vice went woke. But this place, Pools Land, is this guy. He bought this land and he owns it, but he just gives people the ability to live on it wherever. And it's basically it's kind of like a crusty punk / hippie commune that nothing really gets done in. And it basically looks like a homeless encampment, and it's a total shit show. That's an extreme example on the really hippie dippy end. Whereas the stuff I'd seen more in California and other parts of the West Coast was more around permaculture and those principles. And then when you start getting into social permaculture, which is basically just Marxism, another form of Marxism. But anytime you add the word social in front of things, it turns into communism really fast. But that's what I've seen is all this social permaculture stuff, which is just social justice trying to tag on to permaculture principles that have nothing to do with any of this socialist crap. And I know there's a handful of social permaculture people out there that would gasp at me and scream at me at the top of their lungs for saying such things. But in my opinion, it's true. If permaculture is a design science based on observation, it's a design science that's rooted in the land. And all the original foundational documents in permaculture, starting with Bill Mollison's Introduction to Permaculture and then to the Great Manual, it's all based on land and climate and human existence on the land. Yeah, sure, there is some content about how to structure things socially, but not like where it's gone today. I mean, Pools Land, yeah. So anyways, that's kind of some of the stuff I had seen with that hippy dippy stuff. I mean, yeah, intentional communities. But again, I call intentional communities Christian communities too. And so the first one I saw directly, so I'd seen many indirectly because I lived in Guelph, Ontario for a number of years, and there's a lot of I think they're Mennonites, or no, there's Amish and Mennonites out there, and they sell at farmers markets. You get to meet a lot of these people. I'd seen a lot of that indirectly, and always been impressed by them. But the first time I saw an intentional community that was done a little differently was at Ray Tyler's community called Rose Creek Village. And it's a really, really cool community. Its structure was actually there was sort of a benefactor who bought it originally, and then he split it up somehow. But it was very faith-based, and they were all very Christian, and they were all practicing and along the same lines there. And so that was their uniting factor. And it seems to me that if any of these are going to work in a communal way, so again, when I talked about that spectrum of if you're going to go secular, or if you're going to go secular over here, it really needs to be rooted in foundational legal and lawful principles, contracts, and due diligence. And then you want to go to communal things, and I don't mean by communist, I just mean communal as in their shared things. If it isn't really rooted in a faith system, very few of them work, because you either end up as a cult or end up as some kind of hippie commune when there's no leader. And so the cult is the supremacy of the leader. The leader can do anything he wants. And so rules for me, not for thee. And then the hippie commune is no leader, but there is a leader, but you're not allowed to say it. And so that's where these things always fall apart. So I'll feed the clown says, I'll have to check this Pools land. Crusty Punk is up my alley. Well, there you go, buddy. Yeah, you could be a squeegee punk in the downtown east side of Vancouver and then go and spend weekends at Pools land. And that's what it looks like. Permaculture is awesome. Marxism, not awesome at all. No. I started to see it, back in the okay, one real quick thing. No experience with the kibbutz, not directly, but I've had I've consulted for a number of people in Israel that have been or were born into the kibbutz. I even have a buddy in my area here who was in a kibbutz in Israel, and he said it sucked, and it was very communist and super, super lefty. And so I don't have any personal experience with them, but I'm familiar with them. And kibbutz with free enterprise is best. Interesting. I think there's lessons to be pulled from all of these things, where is Pools land? I think it's on Vancouver Island, or it's on one of those islands. I think it's on Vancouver Island. But yeah, so I was going on about sort of the permaculture space and the infiltration of this communist stuff that's infiltrated everything now. But I started to see it back in, when in my book, 2016. Yeah, in late 2016, I was down at Permaculture Voices in San Diego, or maybe that one was in Temecula, whatever, Southern California. Big permaculture conference. Everybody was there. Jeff Lawton was there. Michael Pollan was there. Salatin was there. Jack Spirko was there. Awesome event. Just like the best permaculture event. Darren Doherty was there. And all of us were hanging out in the hotels, having beers and just having a good time. And there was a contingent of these sort of, call them, I don't know, liberal feminist women and some men who really had an agenda at that event. And it's that point where I really started to kind of come out a little bit more against this stuff, because I was seeing it penetrate my community, and it was really starting to piss me off with these social permaculture people coming in that were just saying all the same talking points: white privilege, white fragility, blah, 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 hate white people, blah, 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 blah. Proposing Marxist ideas. And it really started to annoy me. So Vic Tim says, wishing you luck on your non-Masonic land cooperative, Curtis. Thanks for calling out that Sharia law pushing cult leader. Just for the record, guys, I'm not doing a land cooperative. I don't know how you can say something so many times and people just don't seem to listen. Maybe they're listening to somebody else who's telling lies. But I have never promoted or talked about starting a land cooperative myself. That is not my ambition. I am staying on my land with my family, but I am here to help people. And so, and since a big part of my mission is to help people get on the land and get established on the land, if people starting land cooperative is the way that they're going to do it, then great. Then I'm happy to help facilitate that. But I don't need to, because I already have my own land, so I don't really want to do that. William says, we just tuned in. We're trying to create an intentional community to face what is coming. It's very difficult, especially in a cooperative culture. I would say to that, and I've heard this a lot too, is look more at doing it in a legal way. So the way I talked earlier about, drawing, having a parcel of land where you can have parts up divided into the partners, so those can be separate titles, and then you could put other portions of that land into a trust or a cooperative or a corporation or a 501c3, a church, whatever. then those could have multi-use. They could have a multi-use purpose, and then could be also done in something perhaps more cooperative. So that's what I would say to that. Drunken Master says, Curtis, could you discuss any pros and cons regarding registration of birth certificates for children? That's a little too much for YouTube, I think, frankly. What I will say to that, to give you something to consider, is that the system itself isn't as bad as people think it is when they first get red pilled. So when you first get red pilled about the birth certificate and what it is that, it's a corporation on the front end that has a QSIP number, and your birth certificate is tied to a bond that's traded on a stock market that you don't have access to. It's a private stock market for people who are privy to that type of class and power. Yes, it's dark because you look at it and go, wow, this is a bona fide slavery system. And they didn't end slavery in 1776. They outsourced slavery in 1871 in the Organic Act of the United States, and before the Cestui Que Vie Trust Act, or the Cestui Que Vie Act in the British House of Commons in the year 1666. Suck on that one for a minute. That's where that whole birth certificate thing started. Yes, you can go down that rabbit hole on how dark that is. Having said that, the commercial legal system actually gives you all the remedy you need. It's all there. You just have to know what it is. So don't get too hung up on all these commercial public statute law vehicles, because all of those vehicles are redeemable. And I don't mean redeemable as in going to take your birth certificate to the Federal Reserve to cash it out, which is this sort of truther urban legend where people say, oh yeah, you get your birth certificate authenticated through all the different top government organizations, from the Registrar General to the State Department in the United States, all the way up to the Federal Reserve, and you get this thing and they give you this black card and you can have all this money and you can spend it forever. It's total urban myth. Never seen it. But people get too hung up on this stuff. And, to be totally just transparent with you guys, when I started riffing on stuff like this, call it the gravy, during the scandemic, at that time, I was really motivated to red pill people with information that I had learned through my work in the law. And I've written many letters and done a lot of things myself. I haven't just watched a bunch of truther videos to learn what I've learned. I've learned what I've learned from doing it. That's why when people ask me on YouTube comments, they go, hey, Curtis, how do I start learning what you've learned? I don't know, because I've just done it in practice for so long. And I've just started writing letters, and I started reading documents and statutes and ordinances and all this shit and acts. And I started writing letters of inquiry, and I started just asking questions to the system, because you can't get in trouble for asking questions. And I started getting letters from attorney generals and things like this, and went, well, okay, wow. And so a lot of what I've learned has been based on what I've done. And so I don't have a book to recommend. I mean, there's so many, but so many of them don't actually tell you what's important. And so I don't really know where to tell people to go with a lot of this stuff. I would just say, start reading the law, and you can learn a lot there. But the thing is, that's interesting about statute law, and I had a pretty interesting, I was invited to a Christian group not too long ago, and they a Christian group in my area, and they asked me to kind of do a talk about the legal world and the New World Order and where we are and where we're going and some things that I've learned. And I originally, I was just going to talk for half an hour, but for me, that's almost impossible. And I ended up talking for 2 hours, to the point where my wife is there pulling me to leave. And that's often what happens when you ask Curtis Stone to do a talk, because I just get so into it. But anyways, what I explained to them, to try to get them to understand from a biblical perspective what is where we are is that you have the Bible, okay? In my right hand, we have the Bible. And the Bible is the word of God. And in Western society and Western culture, that's an accepted truth, whether you're an atheist or not. And my burden of proof there is there's a Bible in every court. And there's a reason people swear on Bibles. And there's a reason why so much of the first law that was created in the West is based on principles in the Bible. So it's an observable fact that the Bible is present in Western law. And I don't think anybody can dispute that. And so atheists like to rail on the Bible, this, that, and the other. And okay, yeah, you can debate about the existence of God until you're blue in the face. At the end of the day, there's a reason there's a Bible in every court. And so what it looks like is that we have an established biblical law, which is referred to in a number of different ways, but God's law, okay? And if the Bible is the basis of all Western law, because it's the basis of the Western culture, the legal system is a doppelganger, sort of a inverted mirror image of the Bible. And it's meant to look like the Bible. It's like why the Bar Association, which is the association if you want to become a lawyer, one of their principal statements is we practice color of law, not law, because what's law, what's color of law. So in that statement alone, they pretty much tell you right out in the open what things are. The statute law system is color of law. The Bible is law. God's word, God's law is law. And then man created the statute law system, which is color of law. And so, again, this is where you get into these dichotomies of what is right and what is legal, because what is illegal is not always wrong, and what's legal is not always what's right. And we all know that. It's not morally wrong to drive 10 kilometers over the speed limit, but it is illegal, right? It's not morally wrong, at least in my opinion, to grow your own cannabis on your own land and smoke your own cannabis. But in some jurisdictions, it's illegal. But so you get into this whole thing of it's these dichotomies of what's right versus what's legal, what's private versus what's public. You get into all these dichotomies. And essentially what we have is the legal system as we know it is this thing that is an inversion of the Bible, because the Bible has all the stuff that we need to govern our society in a healthy way. And it's why Christian societies do very well. And I'm only going to speak to those because that's what I know as a Westerner living in the West. That's my experience. I haven't lived in the Middle East, or I haven't lived in Israel to talk about kibbutz or Sharia law or whatever. Those aren't my experiences. But I can in terms of in the West and how it relates to law and the Bible. And so what we have now is this system where they've created this color of law system going back hundreds of years that gets you into now away from your God-given rights granted to you by the Creator and cannot be taken away, to they take away your God-given rights in exchange for privileges and benefits from the state. And now that we're in this new world order thing where we're skyrocketing to a brave new world, in a sense, they want to get you further away from God and family and the idea of your rights, thus freedom, more than ever. Because in order to get this whole thing to the next level, in my opinion, you have to go willingly. And the reason for that is a long conversation about equity and the foundational laws that were created, and starting with Magna Carta and then getting into the maxims of equity and things like this, is getting you as far away from what you know is a God-given right into all these other layers of an onion And so the way I kind of describe it is that, or try to visualize it, is that imagine an onion, and at the center of the onion is your true, is your soul. It's your spirit in its purest form, as a creation of the heavens into its bodily form. There's the spirit, and then there's the body, and then there's the ego, and then there's layers of your identity, and then there's layers of your class, and then there's layers of your social circles, and then it gets further and further out to the point where people want you to go into the metaverse. People want you to have all of your relationships online. And so where we are with where this whole thing is leading us is that where it's leading us is where it's always led us. It's just further and further from who you truly are. And so it's getting you into a state where you don't even know what you are or who you are, because you've been convinced by so much propaganda with fifth generation warfare, psychological operations, that you don't even know what you are anymore, because they're telling you that there's all these different types of genders, and that you need to be aware of your social class, and that if you're white, you're a perpetrator. If you're not white, you're a victim. If you're a man, you're a perpetrator. If you're a woman, you're a victim. But if you're a man who dresses like a woman, you're a victim, not a perpetrator. So all these extra things that just get you further and further away from the truth. That's where we are. And that's where all this is going to go. And going back to what I said and what I've been saying is that we want to get, myself and my company want to help as many people get on the land as humanly possible, get to a point where you'll at least have more choices. I'm not saying, and nor have I ever said, that getting on the land and looking out after your food, water, energy, shelter is the be end all solution against the New World Order. I can't make that claim. I don't have evidence for that claim. All I can tell you with definitive sort of a definitive confidence on my end is that what I can observe in my life is that the more I've gotten on the land, the more I've been able to take responsibility for the things that I need in my day-to-day life, the more freedom of choice that I have. And you can talk about that in a really simple and straightforward way, just as in, if you live in a city and you live in an apartment complex, you have a whole layer of rules that you have to abide by that aren't even within the jurisdictional rules of your city. You know what I mean? So, and really what this comes down to is that something I've said for many years is that more people equals more government equals less freedom. So the biggest governments are the places that have the most people. It's like when you go to Vancouver City and you have to deal with their planning department, opposed to some tiny small town in BC with a population of 400 having to deal with their planning department. The bigger the population, the bigger the jurisdiction, the bigger the government, the less freedom and the more rules you have to abide by. And so even in a city, when you live in an apartment, there's rules for that apartment, right? There's strata rules and there's all kinds of rules. Oh, you can't smoke in the lobby. You can't do this or whatever it is. Not defending or attacking any of those rules. I'm just saying there's rules. And then there's more rules in the community in the suburban area you're living in. Sometimes in communities, we're seeing this in Canada and the US because police departments are completely demoralized and falling apart, is that you're starting to see more private security in suburban areas. So you've got layers of rules in the apartment building. You've got layers of rules in the suburban neighborhood you're in. Then you've got the jurisdictional rules of the city you're in, the planning departments, all of this stuff. When you get out of the country, there's just less rules, right? I don't have a strata. I don't have an HOA. I don't have any of that stuff. And so if you want to be more free, getting to the country, getting on the land is a sure bet that you'll have more freedom. I'm not saying you'll have ultimate freedom because I can't make that claim. I don't know what everybody's case is. Every place is different, but you will have those options available to you. So that's kind of, but with that, you are going to have responsibility. And that's the thing that most people don't want. And that's why I think there's huge opportunity in getting on the land, because I'm just going to hide some annoying people in this chat. Because less people want to do it. People just don't want to do it. So yeah, look at this. I have to say, you know, it's yeah, I don't really care to talk about it anymore, but there are trolls out here who somehow have time to do pathetic things, you know, and it's really sad because there's a lot of young men out there, and I try to help these guys, but there's a lot of young men out there who don't have good male role models in their life, primarily due to a lack of a father figure in their life. And then they cling to somebody who they think is a father figure, and that individual has them doing things that are self-detrimental. Like being an online troll, there's no upside for you. There's only downside. To sit there and go and spend your time doing that, it only hurts you, because I can just hide you. And so it has an insignificant effect on my life. But some people think that they're getting purpose out of that. And I would say you really should look at your life and decide, is doing something like this worth my time? And I would say that it's most likely not, because there's no upside for you. Every time, you know, you want to analyze whether you should do something in your life, you need to ask the question, who wins with all this? And the best way to be successful in life, and I say this especially to the young men that follow me, is that you want to look for a win-win-win. A win-win is great. A win-win is when you do something that benefits you, but then the other person on the other side of that also wins, because when you have a win-win, then you now create goodwill, and then that goodwill becomes a form of social capital that now creates leverage in your relationships in your life. But when you do things in life that are a win-lose, and so you steal something from somebody, you got something but somebody else lost something, your win is only in the short term, because it's kind of like my wife and I call them a smash and grab. It's like when you go to Mexico and you're looking for a sombrero or whatever trinket, and the guy wants to sell you a hat for 1,000 pesos, and you're going, dude, this isn't worth 50. And then you end up walking away for 100 pesos, but it was this negotiation, and the guy was just trying to rip you off. It's a smash and grab, and that the guy only wants your money now and doesn't care about you tomorrow. When you do a win-lose, that's the kind of thing that you get into, because in a win-lose, you can't build on anything. And it's why poor countries often stay poor. There's many reasons why countries stay poor. I don't want to go into some broad sweeps of that, but one thing you can easily observe when you travel South America is that the reason a lot of people stay poor is because they're only fighting for today's deal, and they're not thinking long term. Whereas the Western, you know, the sort of the Protestant work ethic attitude has been, I'm going to do a good deal with you today, and it's legitimately a good deal. And the reason it's a good deal is because I want you to come back tomorrow. And in a way, the self, and Ayn Rand wrote about this, and you know, a lot of her writings is that even Richard Dawkins, and I'm not a fan of Richard Dawkins at all, but The Selfish Gene was one of his books. Selfishness, in a way, if you put it in a holistic context, is a really good thing for everybody, because if a person's doing good business and their selfishness drives them to get a sale today and a sale tomorrow, well, they won today and then they won tomorrow. But then you get into lose-lose type things. This is where you have, you know, cult of personalities or other people that want to convince you to do things that go against your own self-interest, and you do it. You might pull some sort of instant gratification from something like that, but in the long run, it doesn't even serve your soul, and it doesn't even serve anybody involved, because when you get into, I guess it's like the incel, I guess people call them incels, or just, I saw this with leftists when they came after me, when I started talking about truther stuff. The leftists would just troll me and troll me and troll me. But, you know, I've been online for a long time, and one of the great features online is the block feature. So you can just block feature. You can just block people. And so the lose-lose is that you're spending your precious God-given time doing something that has no consequence in my life or yours for no benefit to you. And I would say you should consider that, because that is a losing proposition for you in your life, and it's not going to take you any further. And so, whereas you can do on the flip side of it all, and this has been my ambition in business since I started reading some of the kind of self-help books that got me motivated to think about triple bottom lines in business, was that you can have a triple win. So you can have a win-win where you and the other party involved both win, because you're both better off on the transaction. So I wanted to sell you my special glass water bottle. I needed the money more than the bottle, and you needed the bottle more than the money. So you gave me the money and I gave you the bottle. We both walk away happy. But what can happen in a win-win-win is that you can have some sort of positive externality that comes out of that arrangement. And so the way I'm even thinking about this in terms of land is that, because as I've been doing all these homestead accelerator calls and evaluating land, and also building my own property and being involved in such a big project, is that I'm kind of ready to do it again. Like I would love to build another homestead tomorrow. I mean, or as soon as this one's done, I'd love to do it again. And I'm actually considering that, is doing that. But a win-win-win in sort of a permaculture sense is that you could come into a real estate acquisition and buy an old farm from an old farmer, and it might even be a conventional farm. And so there's a win-win on the purchase itself, because the guy wanted to sell, but you also wanted to buy. And then you can come into that land and make it better than it's ever been by putting in trees, putting in new systems for holistic land management on the pasture, upgrading the water systems and whatnot. You can do all this kinds of thing that create a secondary win of a positive externality. And so that's what I think principles in permaculture can really provide. And I think I would really encourage a lot more people, especially these young men that are just sitting here engaging in pointless activity that doesn't help you. You're just hurting yourself, and you're not hurting me, because you're like it's like a squirrel trying to take down a black bear. Like you're just sitting there gnawing at the toes, and the black bear doesn't even notice, because it's insignificant to his life. And it's the same thing online. And I would say anybody who's, interested in trolling me online, it just doesn't work, because I have such a rich life off the internet. I have real friends off the internet. I have a real family off the internet. I have an entire life and existence off the internet. When I come and do this is it. This is the confines of this relationship online, is when I'm here, or if you're watching pre-recorded material. I turn all of this off at the end of the day. And so I would really encourage a lot of these young men that are wrapped up in following cult leaders and things like this, is to really look at your life and add value to your life, and be better and crush it. And, engaging in online gang stalking is ridiculous. It's just doesn't do anything for anybody, not even you. So that's about as much thought as I want to give that. Spruce Seal Organic Balm says liberty to prosperity, prosperity to philanthropy. That's a very powerful statement there. Dude, that should be a t-shirt. Liberty to prosperity, or it's almost liberty equals prosperity, prosperity equals philanthropy. And how true is it? Because I grew up as this Marxist. I grew up when my mother was involved in the New Democratic Party in Canada. I've talked about this before. which is the bona fide Socialist Party of Canada, though all of them are socialist now. They're just lesser or more degrees of socialist. I don't even include the Conservatives in that. They are socialist. They're just where the Liberals were 20 years ago. But anyways, I grew up around all this Marxist stuff, and I was born in a way, or raised from a very young age, to believe that life was a zero-sum game, and that somebody else's prosperity meant that you have been deprived of something. And that's what communists want you to believe, because that's their dialectic. And so all these cults have their own different dialectics in which it's the lens in which they frame the world. And so they get you into that dialectic where, another dialectic is this whole thing of alpha, gammas, and all that. And I've used some of that language before, but it's not my dialectic. But that's the framing in which everything is framed. And so then you can always steer the narrative of the conversation towards that dialectic, because you frame everything through that dialectic. And so that's the Hegelian dialectic that is through the Marxism and all this evil shit. But that's their dialectic to convince you that another man's prosperity is your suffering. And that's actually just incorrect. And it doesn't take much work if you believe in, say, Americana or the founding American principles like I do, that you work hard and you hustle and you create value, you will be successful. Even today's economy is as shitty as it is, it's still true. You can still do that. And you'll find that when you do good things for people, it comes back to you in multiples. It really is that simple. And some people can't get their heads around that, and then they think by doing something that is immoral, but they don't even think about it this way, because they're so compartmentalized. All they think about is the dialectic, and they just run everything through this dialectic. And so they're incapable of observing reality because they have such a strong cognitive bias. And so you can't step into observable reality to even crush it to begin with if you don't have that foundational principle. But I just want to thank, that's a really powerful thing. Where is that? Anyways, liberty to prosperity, prosperity to philanthropy. Every entrepreneur I know who's built a career in an honest way is a philanthropist in some way or another. Either they give their time away, or they give their money away, or they give resources away. I've been blessed to have a number of mentors in my journey with all this that did direct me in those ways, and I can just see it from my own observation. It's not like understanding it's people's favorite word. Spruce Seal Organic Bombs, which says it's a staircase ideally upward, each generation built upon the last. Yeah, the way I see this, and I've riffed on this in my streams. I've also had multiple philosophical conversations with my buddy Dakota Cohen about this, and trying to think about these permaculture principles that are really just rooted in things that you can observe in nature. And then how do these things correlate to things that exist in society, civilization, culture, even the economy? And the dichotomy I really enjoy, and actually use this one when I was talking to my friends at this Saturday church group, was that if you imagine a downward spiral, so imagine a vortex. And so we've all observed a vortex in nature, whether you're on the upper side of the equator or the lower side of the equator, the vortex spins in different ways. But so you have your vortex in a whirlpool, and on the edge of the vortex, there's sort of a phase of neutrality, in the sense that you can go in or out on the shoulder quite easily, because as you get closer to the event horizon, I guess this is a term they use for it sometimes, which is the point of no return, where you don't know what's going to happen in the bottom of that vortex, where you're going so fast that you're pretty much gone. But until you get to that point, you can go back and forth. And so I kind of like the saying, as above, so below. It's a Masonic thing, but and I'm not a Mason. People sometimes think I'm a Mason, but I'm not. But I do like the idea of thinking about things in dichotomies or opposites. And as above, so below is an interesting way to think about a vortex. So if you think about a vortex going this way, a vortex, you could technically go up or you could go down in a metaphorical sense, in that Imagine you're on a path to living in love or living in hate. And so when you're in that neutral position along the vortex, you're on the shoulder of it and you can go in and out of it because the force of the gravity isn't that great. But as you start to spiral into negativity and ill will, so if you're wishing ill on another human being, or if you are hating on an individual, and this is what these Marxists always say: look at the man, look at the man. Saul Alinsky, look at the man, hate the man. They want you to fuel your hate at the man, just like they do with Trump, just like they're doing with Russell Brand or whatever it is. Get you to focus on the man so that you can focus your hate. Now you go into this spiral, this downward spiral that compounds on itself. So the more you channel hatred and anger in your life, the more those things will be attracted to you. You'll start meeting other people that are angry, and you'll go online and you can find little communities of people that are angry at somebody or something and can hate and gang stalk. And then that will become like the old cliche, misery loves company. And so that will attract. And I can tell you in my own personal life, that is what happened to me for many years. I was a very negative person when I was younger. I had a very dystopian, but also very negative outlook. I always assumed the worst in people. I always assumed that everything was a lie. I always assumed everything was a scam. I always assumed everybody was out to get me. And it becomes a downward spiral, because once you start to attract other negative people into your life, they can accelerate your downward spiral into that sort of proverbial event horizon, that point of no return. And you could use that same metaphor if you're thinking about addiction, thinking about somebody who's addicted to drugs, who gets into that. And then the further you get in, you get to that point of no return. But on the inverse of that, it's also true. And this is what I've experienced in my life when I really started to change these things into my 30s, was to come into life in a neutral position and then look for positive things. And so change your perception, look for the good. And I had to remind myself every day. I'd wake up in the morning and I would say, don't think negatively, only think positively. And an easy way to start your day thinking positively is when you get up in the morning, immediately think about what you're grateful for. Every morning I'm grateful when I wake up and my family's there with me and we're healthy and happy and we laugh and tickle the kids in bed. And then my wife gets up and makes me coffee, in the morning. And then I think about how grateful I am for just that. And once you start thinking about how you can be grateful in your life, then it becomes an upward spiral of trajectory. And that if you start to approach things from a position of love, a position of gratitude, a position of being humble, that you attract those people to you. And I had a life-changing experience in 2014 when I got out of a toxic relationship that I had been in for a number of years, and I completely changed everything in my life. I had to change my business, and it was a big life-altering experience. But I started to surround myself with positive people, and then that had a compounding effect of positive things. Because, if you can't share your successes with a group of people without them being jealous and snickering at you, then they're not the right kind of people to surround yourself with. And this is the thing that Jordan Peterson talks about, that he's so correct on. And I know he's influenced a lot of young men in their life, because if you can get young men are so powerful, they're so, we need young men to turn this ship around that we're in. And if we have young men that are focused on doing things that are counterintuitive, not productive for their own well-being or families and whatnot, but also do nothing in the grand scheme of things, that's a losing proposal for changing anything in society. But if we have young men starting to understand that positivity and love and gratitude, these things actually compound on themselves, and that the more you have around you, the more you'll experience it. And that's been my entire entrepreneurial journey has been that way. I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful for the people that have been in my life and that have guided me to go in those directions, because there was a large point of my life where I didn't that wasn't going to be the case for me. And so because I've always been an attractor personality. If you go into, I used to really be into Myers-Briggs, the personality assessments, and I have the type of personality. I forget what I am. I might be an IN. Was it an INTJ or something like that? But anyways, I have the kind of personality that attracts others. And so when I was in a negative state, I attracted a lot of toxic people in my life that got me into a lot of trouble. And not blaming them, it was all my responsibility. But then when I flipped it around and started to just be what I wanted to be, and in a way that starts with a sort of a fake it till you make it attitude, is just be the positive person you want to see. And it might not be who you feel like today, but you just have to do it, because as you do it, you'll start attracting people around you that smile more and that say good things, and that that really get excited about your success. Those are the kind of people you want to spend time with, and those are the kind of people that will help accelerate your life. And it's really empowering, because again, it can go in two directions, and they can be polar opposites to each other, but it is powerful. Just looking at some of your, I think my wife might be helping me keep these trolls out of the chat. Yeah, incel means involuntary celibate. Yes, I know that. And I was using that term because there is a lot of young men out there who are not are celibate by not choice, because they spend too much time on the computer, too much time doing things that have no consequence in your life. And ultimately, that's what the New World Order wants you doing. And that's why so much of this stuff that's going on right now are these psyops that have also injected sub niches of content. And ultimately, if they're asking you to do something that has no consequence in your life, then it's not worth your time. And I think that would be a good litmus test to find out if somebody has good intentions for you or not, is if they're asking you to engage in things that don't benefit you and don't move the needle in any which direction, it's pointless. And that's what the New World Order wants for you. They want you online going, I hate people, talking shit, doing dumb things that have no consequence. That's what they want, because that's what gets you further and further away from that, like I said, that center of the onion, that you as your purest form and your essence and your soul and your spirit, which is pure love, pure divinity, and pure understanding, to get you into this state of degeneracy, which you're just getting further and further away from who you truly are. And I would say that's what it comes down to. Spruce Seal says that's the best opportunity around in my, is that what IMHO, in my humble opinion? Young men meeting and offering a win-win to buy land and businesses from the boomers. There's so much opportunity in all that, because the boomers, their kids don't want to do it. And so the fact that many of us are suffering from broken families and, absent fathers or absent mothers or whatever it is, and I had that part of my life too, and many years to reconcile that stuff. But yes, huge opportunities. I mean, I was at a Tim Hortons buying donuts for my crew last week, and there was a white guy working there. I couldn't believe it. Young white guy, 16. He was just so on it. He was just, I was customer service is so shitty now across the board that when you see good customer service, it's kind of a shock. I was just ready to hire that guy. I was like, dude, do you need a job? I need a guy like you. I need a wide-eyed, bushy-tail guy like you who is willing to learn and has the attitude, because the attitude really is all that matters. The skills can be learned, it's the attitude, because the attitude will allow you to learn the skills faster and get you through the hard times, and that the sort of hitting that brick wall of being overwhelmed by certain, the foundational principles of a certain thing you're trying to learn. The attitude gets you through all that stuff. And so attitude, when I see good attitude in young men, I'm just, man, you need to do something important, and working at Tim Hortons isn't it. Chris H says, if you want to know more about communism, I'd recommend reading Marx's Capital and the Communist Manifesto. Everyone has to work hard, even communists, good and information and informative show regardless. Yeah, except Marx didn't do work a day in his life. The guy had a, you know, had an assistant his whole life. And again, okay, look at the man. Yeah, sure. But it's, you know, who was it? Was it Stalin that said, show me the man, I'll show you the crime. You know, all the stuff that came out of that was so bad. But yeah, I would agree. Reading Marx's Capital is a must if you really want to understand it. And the Communist Manifesto, absolutely. It's good to know thy enemy. It's important. It's important to understand their dialectic. But the thing is, I mean, James Lindsay has done a lot of good work on this in showing the Marxist dialectic and how it's been shifted, because there's no longer a proletariat, because robots and AI and manufacturing being so streamlined has replaced the proletariat. So there's no longer demand for a working class movement. Because if there was, you know, the Canadian trucker thing would have been top of the heat for the NDP and maybe some liberals in Canada, but it wasn't. It was a working class movement that was completely called an alt-right neo-Nazi thing. And I don't really think that the trucker thing was much to write home about. But at the same time, it was a working class revolution. Literally, it was a bona fide working class revolution. But so since there's none of that, and James Lindsay is so good at explaining this stuff, he's got a few lectures that are just critical, where he talks about how they replaced the bourgeoisie with the new identity victim. So it's the trans thing, it's the LGBTXYZ LMNOP thing, you know, it's all that stuff. Everything after LGB, really. It became this new victim class where there's this inverted hierarchy, which the more of a victim you are, the higher you are on the hierarchy. And that's an inversion. And that's in my opinion, evidence that the New World Order is all over it. But no, it is interesting. And it's also good to have an understanding of how that operates today, because the dialectic of today is not about working class people. It's not. It's about being some kind of identity victim, whether it's your sexuality or whatever, your gender identity, whatever that means. Saga says, I struggle with that at times with people. You're on point about that. Emmanuel Jenkins says, Nick Rocheford was talking about the corporate real estate bubble and mentioned your name in regards to productive capabilities of land and mine. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. I don't even know who that is. Huh. Yeah, I mean, going back to the land a bit, I mean, this is another case for our Freedom Farmers Pro map, is the opportunities to be a landowner are disappearing very quickly. Young people are going to have a lot harder of a time getting into the market, even in the United States, where the mortgage rules are a lot more laissez-faire than Canada's, but the interest rates are still high. So you want to buy, you know, a $500,000 mortgage at 8% interest that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Whereas at 2%, it was a lot more insignificant. So Arnold Schmidt says, I'm glad we have both kinds of trolls, the angry kind and the ignorant kind. Ignorance is unknowing, while angry is frustration born from stupidity, no ability to think logically. Well, when you become brainwashed by ideology or a dialectic, it's really hard to see outside of that dialectic, because you framed the world entirely in that, and then now you're just committing a cognitive bias. Your whole life becomes a cognitive bias, and you can't actually see things for what they are. It's crazy. I mean, I've been into, I got roped into all kinds of shit like that when I was younger, all kinds of stuff. That's why I think it's never too late either. That's why I think it's not important to argue with people about a man. Like, why is it important to argue? So, you know, again, going back to the whole Peterson thing, is that some people, oh, wow, look at this. Oh, I got a happy birthday treat. Thanks, babe. All right, guys, there's my little that was good. Little muffin from my wife. When you get into the whole Peterson thing, there's things like, I'm not a fanboy of Peterson. I'm not a fanboy of any man, but I think Jordan Peterson has offered an immense amount of value for young men. And I just say the proof is in the pudding when I see the men that follow his work. They're very put together. They work hard. Is that a lot of people in the truth community criticize Peterson for, say, having Benjamin Netanyahu on his podcast. And that for me was cringeworthy, because he's a bona fide crony politician, warmongering politician, and yada, yada, yada. Or criticize him for other things he's commented on, that he's said, he's commented on American politics and said Mike Pence would be a great, I'm aware of all of his critiques. I watched that video Amazing Polly did on him, which was very well done. And Amazing Polly is an incredible researcher. And I think I love her stuff. I think she's fantastic. But at the same time, if we're all on a journey, okay, so let's say a guy like myself and Jordan Peterson might disagree on some issues, maybe regarding Israel, or maybe regarding American politics. But at the same time, I can see that his general message is in the same general direction as mine. Why do I care where he is in that timeline? Because eventually he might find out. And so this is where a lot of truthers end up with no friends, is because they think that they watched the latest Max Egan video or the latest David Icke video, and they got some piece of gravy that blew their mind. But now everybody else who isn't up to date with the latest gravy is a sellout and controlled opposition. And that's where you can go in a downward spiral with the truther stuff, is that you can just always assume that if anybody isn't up to date with the latest thing, that they're just an idiot and don't know anything. And that's an unfortunate way to make friends, because you'll actually just lose a lot of friends, because not everybody's on the same timeline. Like I could pull rank on so many people in the truth community if I wanted to, but I don't want to, because that's retarded. But I could, because I've been in this stuff for 24 years and I've gone so deep that I've written a lot of letters and to the state, and I've engaged in a lot of using the system in a way to pursue truth. And I could just pull rank and say, oh, well, you haven't been at it for as long as I have, therefore you don't know anything. But that's bullshit, because somebody could get into this and only be 2 years in and find out something that I've never learned before, and I could learn something from them. And so why would I want to disregard that person, thus eliminating the chance for me to learn something new? And I think that's one of the things that Peterson says that is great, is that he says, assume that the person you're talking to has something for you to learn. That's an incredibly humble and very useful social tactic if you want to make friends. And I would encourage anybody who wants to be successful in the world and who wants to, say, build a business and live the American dream, so to speak, to make friends, because not making friends is not a way to get ahead in business. It is a sure bet, an inevitability, that if you alienate other people and talk shit and wish ill will upon people and try to intentionally harm others, is it will not serve you, unless you are in a protected class. Then that's how there are evil people in this world in big positions that operate. And it is that's them. But those principles don't work for us, you and I, and the common man. We have to go and be judged on our fruits and do good. And I still believe in the American dream because it still works. I'm living proof of it. I have been able to do more things than anybody in my family has ever done as far as business And I didn't even want to be an entrepreneur when I was a teenager. I wasn't even thinking about that stuff. I wanted to be a skateboarder. I wanted to be there's a time when I actually considered being in crime, in organized crime. I had a very, it was dark at a period of my life. But anyways, that's what I would say to that. Rogue Spear says, I've been following Curtis since 2011. He has grown in leaps and bounds ever since. Thanks, buddy. And that's, I've tried to just share these things and just be honest about things. I've changed. My opinions on things have changed. I'm no longer the urban farmer. I'm no longer urban farming. Does that discount everything I did for the last 10 years? No, of course not. It's just, I'm on to the next thing. And I guess I could have tried to have a different journey in my career as being a content creator and such. And I could have just tried to stay in my lane and just done that. And I probably might have a channel with 2 million YouTube subscribers if that was the case. But that just wasn't who I am. And I just didn't want to go along with that. So I'm going to finish my muffin here. Thanks for all the birthday wishes, folks. But yeah, it's all about attitude. And when you see that attitude, when I see that attitude in young people, I get super stoked because it's a minority. It's a minority. So many people have the worst attitude. In some places different than others, because I've traveled around the world somewhat. I've certainly traveled in North America extensively. And I even remember almost 10 years ago when I first started traveling to the US a lot and doing teaching urban farming workshops down there, I was always floored. I'd go to a place like Oakland, and I would go to some restaurant and just get shockingly rude customer service and was just going, whoa, because Canadians are generally quite polite. That's why we're always apologizing for things that we shouldn't be sorry for and whatnot. All the stereotypes regarding Canadian politenesses are true, but it's really nice. I have to say, I mean, the fact that most Canadians are polite is nice because it means that when you go to an establishment for a service, you get it with a smile. And that's been that way for a very long time, but it's not been that way for a very long time in the United States, and especially some parts. I remember the first time I went to Chicago, I couldn't believe it. My band was on tour through Chicago, and we stopped at some service station on the outskirts of Chicago on our way back into Southern Ontario towards London, going through Detroit and all that. And we pulled up at the service station, and every single person I saw was over 300 pounds. And we were skinny. We were a bunch of skinny hipsters at the time in tight jeans and, whatever, looking like a bunch of liberal hipsters. And we were. But I had never seen so many people be so sour and mean and verbally abusive to us just for showing up. And I saw it everywhere, all over the US. I'd seen that. And that's been a big difference between the US in general to Canada for a long time. Certainly there's always places that are anomalous, right? But then on the flip side of that, the first time I saw people be so nice that it almost brought a tear to my eye was traveling through the south of the US, and just people were so genuine and so nice and so helpful. And that really was the thing that shattered my opinion on America, particularly the American culture, because Canada has been propagandized about American culture for so long that everybody thinks, well, a lot of people up here just think that, most Americans are just gun-toting, and nothing wrong with gun-toting, but just gun-toting hillbillies, kind of thing, which is just BS. But there's lies everywhere. We're in a world of lies. And so how do you cut through the lies? There's many ways to do it. One is to just use your own observation, or surround yourself with people who don't lie, surround yourself with people who pursue truth and value that as one of their highest priorities. But yeah. Rogue Spear says, Curtis, have you ever considered the idea of building a community using a trust? Not really for myself, because it's just, well, no, that's not true. I'm incorrect. And yes, when I was younger, that was everything when I was younger. That's why I have so much to say about on this issue, is because I really looked at this for many years. I wasn't as up to speed in the sort of legal lawful world back then as I am now regarding private trusts and things like that. But yeah, I have looked at that. But yeah, it's not in recent years for myself, but I've definitely, like I said, helped broker those arrangements and help people find those things or build those things. Pack 84 says, say, Curtis, I just recently moved to Utah from California 2 years ago. Any good, inexpensive land that you know of in that area? I haven't seen any, and probably more to Arkansas. Yeah, oh yeah, Utah. The whole, I mean, even on our Freedom Farmers map, we'll just kind of share this though. I would encourage anybody who's to sign up for this service alone, even if you don't want to take any of our courses. This service alone is insane. We've had a difficult time finding anything in Utah. This whole area here, forget Idaho, there's too much demand. Montana is difficult, though there are some, we do have some places in Montana. We've seen a lot of stuff open up in California just because a lot of people are leaving California, and in Northern California, there's actually some neat opportunities in the land. But I would say in general, the whole western seaboard of the United States is very difficult to find good land in. The East in general, just because there's more people, there's more inventory of property, there's more private ownership. I didn't know this, but when we published just some of our general findings to our list not too long ago about some of the things we've observed from the last number of months doing this program, is that the vast majority of publicly owned land is on the west. I don't know if you knew that, but it's a fact. And there's more private ownership on the east. And so that means because there's more demand, or there's more inventory, and there's more private property on the east, there's more property available. And so my favorite places in the US right now, and again, take it for what it's worth, I'm a Canadian. I've lived in a cold climate my whole life. I've traveled throughout the entire United States. I've been to most US states, but the best places that I'm seeing are in Alabama and Tennessee. Kentucky, we're seeing really good value in Kentucky. Even seeing decent value in parts of Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, good value. Ohio, if you want to live there, there's decent value. Missouri's insane. What you can find in Missouri right now, there's a lot of good value. I wouldn't even consider Florida. That's why we don't have anything. Well, the reason we don't have anything in Florida is because there's no good value there. It's all, most of this stuff's driven by supply and demand, because everybody wants to get out of California and move to Texas or Florida or Idaho. Those seem to be the three states that have, all the freedom the freedom valuing people move to. So it's also hard to find people, hard to find properties in those places because there's just so much demand. Simply jealousy, Curtis Arnold. Yeah, probably. I think I know what you're talking about. I might have missed the general context. I'm glad we were able to. Oh yeah. No, for sure it is, but it is what it is. I would say in general, if you find yourself being jealous of somebody, then you need to go internally and correct something in yourself, because you should only, this is the most important message I would convey to young men today. The only person you should compare yourself to is who you were yesterday. That's it. Because everybody's on a different journey. And again, it's like that truther thing I was saying about the timeline. If somebody just got red pilled to 9/11 yesterday, and you're angry that they don't know the latest thing about the latest truth or gravy that came out, paint your roof blue or whatever, and they're idiots because they only know about 9/11, that's not a good way to meet people. That's not a good way to meet friends and build a community. Who cares what somebody thinks about another individual if you have the general 99% of values that you share? That's good enough. Rogue Spears says, what about setting up a community trust, get it funded with community services and deliver the benefits to the beneficiaries? Community members, do you think that would be worth considering? It depends on what you've got, depends on who you've got, where you are, what the details are. I mean, it's hard for me to say whether that type of thing is worth pursuing or not. The devil's in the details, unfortunately. That's just the reality of all these things. So I'll tell you, let me riff a little bit more on community stuff, because I've been involved. I've sat on boards, I've been a trustee, I've been in all kinds of community type things in my whole career in pursuit of, when I first learned about Bill Mollison back in kind of what would it have been? 2005, I started learning about Bill Mollison, and at the time, Michael Reynolds. I was obsessed with Michael Reynolds. But anyways, got involved in stuff like transition town networks and permaculture meetups and whatnot. And the problem with when you say community is you have to define that. If you don't define it and you're just saying, oh, the general community, so we're going to start this organization. So I'll tell you one that we started, and that it just turned into a gong show. And I've seen this happen dozens of times in my career, because I've consulted my biggest paying customers, or clients, I should say, in my consulting practices were either foundations, trusts, or like nonprofit organizations that hired me to come in and consult a problem, usually in pertaining to that's farming enterprises. So we started a group in Kelowna when I first really got into permaculture. I was really obsessed with the transition town movement, and some of you might be familiar with Rob Hopkins, who unfortunately has turned into an orange man bad guy, and thinks guys like me are right-wing neo-Nazis, which is unfortunate, because a lot of his work is really important for even groups and people like us. But he thinks that anybody who doesn't think the left or social justiceism is this, that, and the other is an evil person, and it's sad. But anyways, we started a transition town group in Kelowna back in 2008, maybe 2008. It was even before I was farming. And we opened it up to the community, right? And so we had anybody who was interested in permaculture or transition town come in. We soon formed a board of directors, which was about 10 people, but then we'd have these meetings where there was 50 people that would show up to these meetings. And it was okay, what are our goals? Okay, we made a mission statement. We want to encourage sustainability. I was still a leftist at this time. I was still into, the government doing things and whatever. But we formed this board of directors and had all these people that come to these meetings. And soon, when you just say the community, what happens is you get people involved who don't have skin in the game. And one thing I've always observed in these community meetings, also even from teaching workshops around the world, to often hired by universities, I've been hired by Concordia University, Ryerson University, Boston University, whatever, to do these workshops and stuff. And you get involved in these nonprofit organizations that host these events, is that when you say the community, you get these people that show up. They're kind of, there's these cliches. Everybody's going to know what I'm talking about. You get these people who they have all they want to do is talk. So they sit at the front and they got an opinion on everything. But then when it comes time to actually do the work, to do the thing, they either don't show up, or they're there just telling people what to do and not doing anything. They're the kind of the worst people to have in organizations, and they always tear it down because they create an environment. Again, another thing that's based on a lie. They create an environment where they're pretending to be the leader when they're not, and everybody knows it, but they think they're the leader. So they're living a lie, and other people don't want to partake in that lie. And so people get annoyed. And so you always get one or two people that really ruin an organization because they keep showing up, but they don't have any skin in the game. So it's annoying. Well, thanks, brother. I appreciate that. And so let's say I were to do a cooperative land thing, which I'm not, which I have zero interest in doing, but let's say I was going to do it. The only way I'd do it is with people who had money. Okay. That sounds harsh for people who don't have money. But the thing is if you don't have money and you can't really go in with a serious stake, a serious skin in the game, you don't have that level of ownership and responsibility that money gets you when you buy into something. And so to do a community thing, it's kind of, if the barrier to entry is really low, the barrier to entry with the people is also low. And so the common denominator becomes lowered, because the lowest common denominator lowers the bar. Just like how in public school, it's why we don't have our kids in public school, is that if your kids are in public school, they're surrounded by other kids that might not have a healthy family life. And that's often the case, that are neglected by their parents. Both parents worked full-time jobs. The kids were raised in daycare, and now they're just in the public school. You have other children that are, this is where you get bullying, that are bullied. And then you have this sort of lowest common denominator effect. And that also happens in these communities. And so I think it's all about skin in the game. And there's other ways to do that without money, because it's not all about money. It can't be, because it has to be about principle at its root. But money is an easier vehicle to get you there. But it could also involve responsibility, in that maybe you can draft an arrangement or an agreement where people who don't have the money can get equity for time and work. And that's what I would be interested in doing that, because that's how I've bankrolled everything in my life. I just did the work. I just put in the time. I didn't have the money. I didn't have investor parents. I don't have rich parents. My parents are poor, or they're middle class at best. So I had nothing, I had to put myself through college and take on the debt. I had to fund everything in my life and take on the debt. I never had a parent or a trust fund where they could just sign off on anything. I had to do the work. And so I like that. I like arrangements where people can put in the work. And yeah, if you're in a scarcity mindset, you can sit there and be bitter about the fact that some guy came into the partnership on $100,000 note and you came in on 1,000 hours of work or whatever. But you shouldn't think that, because again, only compare yourself to who you were yesterday. To compare yourself to other guy who you don't know anything about, and you can judge at face value because so-and-so says this and so-and-so says that, but you don't really know. And so it's pointless to give occupy any mental capacity worrying about another guy like that. It's just pointless. You're right on that one, Curtis. It takes money for sure to start off. Eventually you can bring in the members who are willing to do the work. What I would say too, even more to that point, to add to what you're saying, is that if you want to attract money, when people see the work, you'll attract more money. So a lot of it's like the old cliche, the hardest step is the first one. And so a lot of these nonprofits and these organizations that I've worked with over the years, the hardest is to get started, especially when they're looking for some kind of funding, whatever that is. I never encourage government funding. I always encourage private funding or just doing the work. That's just where my heart is. And so, but if you want to get people involved, you need to have a track record. And it's like what I used to teach people in farming is the best way to get a farm going is just to start it, so that people can see, wow, look at the rows. They're nice and straight. There's crops. they can get excited about it, opposed to, and this is kind of how I started my business is in with my urban farm with Green City Acres. Is at first I just was knocking on doors. Hey, my name is Curtis. And I did this, I don't know, 20 times or something. And it was always humiliating, but hey, I'm starting this urban farm and blah, 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 me. And nobody cares. And nobody is interested in a weird offer when you're knocking at somebody's door. But the thing that turned everything around for me in my business regarding the farm was that when I had my first plot of land where I had nice straight rows, clean weeded crops in the ground, people walk by and they go, whoa, this is fucking cool, man. Like, what is this? I've never seen this. This is amazing. Tell me more. And that was 100% of the time. I never in my career running that urban farm had anybody come by and say, well, this is a dumb idea. Why would you turn up a lawn to put a productive garden in? Nobody ever said that in my entire life. Everybody was pleasantly shocked by the work. And that work is what allowed me to expand and exponentially grow an enterprise that I was able to grow out of and go on to the next thing because I'd exponentially outgrown it so much. And I think fundamentally that's what it comes down to is if a guy like Rogue Spear here is thinking that he wants to get something going on and attract investors or potential partners, strip down what that thing is to its fundamental principles of what is it? Is it an enterprise? Is it a business? It is some kind of land cooperative. Start something that people can visually see so that they can witness your hard work, because it's hard to show hard work in a resume, but it's really easy to show hard work in the fruit of the work. And so that's the thing that people are often failing, is that people are out there trying to get the best gig with a resume, but the best gig comes when people see the work and they see the product, at least in some incarnation. Because even when I was starting my farm, I was telling people about what I wanted to accomplish, and I accomplished all those things and more. But in the early days, with just this one plot of land I had with this tiny little nursery greenhouse built out of PVC plastic, my bike trailer and my BCS, and people are asking me, well, where do you want to go with this? What's next? I'd say, well, I want to have multiple plots. I want to do a big high tunnel. I need a better post-harvest area, all those things. I talked about those things and they weren't built yet, but people could see that I already had a track record of work so that they could verify with their own eyes that this guy could do the work. And that was the number one thing that sold everybody on what I did, is that they saw the work. And then it was the same thing when I started getting into creating content, is that I created my channel, so the YouTube channel, The Urban Farmer, which is now Off Grid with Curtis Stone. But when I started that channel, I had already done urban farming for a couple years. In fact, I had already done urban farming for 4 or 5 years at that point, because my urban farm started in 2009, technically. And then I was marketing and selling product in 2010. So I didn't really get on YouTube till 4 years later. I already had a massive back catalog of my work to show it. So I wasn't going on YouTube and just talking about, hey, I'm talking about urban farming like I'm some academic. I'm talking about urban farming like I'm a working class guy who does it. And the irony of that is that I was immediately getting invited to, fairly prestigious universities to do lectures to academics, which I wasn't. My academic career was in music composition, completely unrelated to farming. But that's where the body of your work will take you further than anything. And that's why it's so important to just do the work and stop being a puss and stop whining and stop blaming your problems on the world or everybody else around you, and just shut up and do the work and just let that work be the judge, because then the work speaks for itself. And that's why I can wholeheartedly laugh off anybody who comes at me and tries to troll me or is hating on me for some reason online, is that I don't have to defend myself, because the record of my work speaks for itself. You can go and try to make up all the lies you want, But at the end of the day, the record of my work and the people that I've helped speak for itself. And I would say, as something that I could bestow upon any young entrepreneurs coming up that want a similar thing to what I have, that's what it takes, is do the work, do it lovingly, and make as many friends as possible. Don't make enemies. If you and I've made those mistakes, no question about it. And that's why I got off social media before the scandemic. I was on Facebook and I had a fairly big following on there, but I was making enemies fast. And I was just going, man, this is not worth it. For what? To convince some idiot that the scamdemic's a scamdemic? I have no dog in his race. And that's another thing too, that has taken me many years to realize, that I try to share with people too, is that to take the time to convince somebody that they're in the wrong is most likely not worth your time, because every moment that you spend away from your thing or your family, you have to evaluate that. And the older you get, the more precious that time becomes. This is why I don't do consulting anymore. It's why, people reach out to me all the time and they're like, hey, Curtis, we need you to do this and this and this. And I just go, no, because my time is so precious to me and it's allocated in a particular way. And anything that I have to add in my life comes out of those other things that I've allocated. Primarily, it comes out of my family obligations, which sucks, which I would highly recommend you don't do. And here I am going on, what am I, 3 hours on this live stream? So we'll probably shut this one down, but I would say that is, super important to think about. Broke friends are terrible business partners. No doubt. Ascending Ancient says, hey, Curtis, I thought of you. Create a firefighting rig on a trailer with water tanks and pumps and hoses. Yeah, we got that already. Absolutely. I've spent so much money and time into my fire suppression strategies, folks. I appreciate people that are thinking about me, but there's nobody more invested in the security of my homestead than me. And we've done an insane amount. And I don't show all that stuff because I don't want to give away where I live. But maybe someday soon I'll do more on it. I mean, I'm also constantly working towards this. I've been working on fire suppression on my property since day one. So when I first bought this property in September 2020 and came out onto it in October, the first thing I bought in the first month I was here, even though I didn't need it going into winter, but I bought it, was a series of pumps that can be moved around. And so you can pump water from any kind of receptacle or a pond or whatever. And a number of IBC totes that I could move around with my machine to get water to where it was. Then from there, it's just been a constant upgrading of the water infrastructure on my property. I'm doing a new online course actually about water, and it's going to be a huge course because water is the most important thing on your farm, so and your homestead. And so we're building this course. It's going to be about water, but it's going to be how to manage it, how to move it, how to harvest it, how to set up irrigation for small farms, irrigation for homesteads, looking at pumps, looking at like everything there, earthworks for water, everything pertaining to water on a homestead. So that's going to be my next course. It's going to be a pretty big one. But it's another one of those things that I wanted to try to build another piece of content that could help a lot of people, not just say market gardeners or not just say people doing HLM, but anybody who's getting on land. How do you manage the water? What do you do? What's the first thing you need to do? And so that's another one that we're going to be doing. People asking about my weed seeds. I start from seed. I don't do clones, though I probably should. I planned on cloning, but I didn't clone. I said HLM, that meant holistic land management. Somebody asking a question about that. Yeah, 1 million gallons for sure. We're going to be sitting on, with these 2 ponds, we're sitting on over 1 million liters. We'll see how much they actually hold, but the one is about 1 million liters, and then the next one's about a third of that. So, yeah, we've got a lot of sprinklers. Another thing that I'm doing, this year for fire protection is just more logging. And so I've been doing chainsaw work every day now, for weeks, and I'll be doing it all winter. But one thing, that I really regret doing, not doing in my first years up here, because I've done logging every winter. I love logging. I love bush work. I love handling chainsaws and stuff. I cut down I knocked down a lot of problem trees, and trees that, would have been in the way of a piece of infrastructure or whatnot. But the mistake I made in those years is I didn't buck them right away. I just knocked the trees and took off the limbs and then left the whole tree. What I should have done is I bucked it. That way I could get it into a drying state faster. But one thing I'm doing this year is I'm brush clearing like crazy. I've been running my BCS in the understory of my forests in our primary area, and I'm taking out that underbrush now so that it decomposes over the winter and then builds better soil. Essentially, it helps with water retention as well. And I'm also just knocking down every problem tree, because there's my forest is so thick. There's little crappy trees that are snags that are a risk that are going to fall on something. So I'm taking those down, and then I'm going to be cutting 100-foot fire break around my entire fence. And then I'll just be knocking down those trees, limbing them, and then bucking them, and then leaving them until spring. Or I'll collect all those rounds probably in spring or summer next year. And then I'll have this wicked perimeter around my fence. And so with that fence, I was doing that drawing earlier where I have multiple ponds that can pump water into that line that goes around the fence that has sprinklers all around it. So we were in, say, of a apocalyptic fire scenario, we would be able to light up every sprinkler on the property, and we wouldn't be able to do it without the ponds. So the ponds are super important for all that. Yeah, we built a very fire resistant home too. This home, even though it's stick framed up top, it's all cladded with concrete and steel. And then the bottom level is all concrete with ICF. And then all of the roofs on all the buildings on all of our homesteads are steel. And so super, super fireproof, but also not, making sure there's not a little trees next to the house that could become a problem, because anything can burn with enough pressure. But yeah, clearing all that fuel. I mean, that's the great thing about a homestead, is that if you've got land, and this is, it's a trade-off. Like, what kind of land, what kind of climate do you want to live in? I talk about the different climate classifications, talking about your boreal climates, which we live in, which is the DFB, DFA, DFB, DFC climates, which are predominantly softwood trees, higher elevation, cold climates. And then you've got your temperate climates. And some people might argue, well, why would you even want to live in a boreal climate if they're fire prone? Because boreal climates are all fire prone, especially ones that are, rich in ponderosa pine or Douglas fir, which is, in this area, it's all Douglas fir, super, super fire prone. But the thing with it that's sweet is I literally have a limitless amount of fuel on my own homestead. So I have so many trees on my homestead that I can harvest trees. I can harvest at least 10 cords of lumber split every single year I estimate, for the next 20, 30 years. Burn that fuel on the homestead for winter heating, and also make my forest less prone to fire by thinning it out, making the trees healthier, giving the bigger trees more space to grow. And in 20, 30 years, there's going to be another whole batch of trees that are growing up in that. You don't even need to replant. And this is where good forestry management comes into play. And where, I worked as a tree planter for 9 years in the Canadian bush. It's all monoculture planting. And to its credit, we did more diverse species planting than other companies, but it's logging out all kinds of trees and then just replanting lodgepole pine, because lodgepole pine grows fast, but it also burns fast. And so a lot of these problems that we see in forestry management, in BC in particular, are just mismanagement of replanting trees. Same for the pine beetle. If you plant a monoculture, you're going to get a monoculture response. And that's what's happened at the BC forests. And so it's pretty interesting. But Rogue Spear says the best book to buy for creating your own trust is called The Art of Passing the Buck. Yeah, I mean, I've done this so many times. I maybe I'd read it and learn something new, but private trusts are expressed. And so I'm not going to get too deep into that, but a trust on the public end, a trust exists if it's expressed, and that's all they know. So they don't know who the beneficiaries are. They don't know who the trustees are. They just know that the trust has been expressed. And if the trust is expressed, it's accepted at face value. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. I wish I knew why. I have my theories about why. I could go on for hours about why that is. I think it has to do with biblical stuff, but yeah, it's interesting. Homer says, I've been working for many years growing indoors in my spare room, grow room, using 5-gallon buckets would eventually have issues with tomato blight. Yeah, container growing is tough. I mean, it's a good place to start, but if you really want to dial it up, you got to get on the land. I've never really been interested in aquaponics and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. My heart's on the land, and so I just find containerized, closed loop, too tight, not closed loop, but just indoor systems have just never been that interesting to me. Expressed is not implied. Yeah. I love it. I love when people chime in who also know. Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, lots of people get this stuff. It's pretty cool. A lot of people, yeah, know what's up, and it's always fun to hear that, because there's so many things that I would love to just blurb out and say about how things are and whatnot. But there's two things that prevent me from doing that. The first thing is that powerful information is not useful to people who don't know how to use it. And so you can come and say all these proverbial truths about the matrix, and you could give away the gravy on, how do you do this and how do you not do that, or whatever. But that information will do a disservice to people who don't have some fundamental understandings and experience with how things work. And two, it's kind of like that scene in the second Matrix movie when I think it's the second one, where he's standing up against the big robot boss, and the robot boss is sitting there saying, and I'm not saying anything against censorship, because the censorship can't pick up on this stuff, in my opinion, because I've been able to talk about this stuff fairly deep and not have any issues on YouTube. But there is this sort of unspoken thing that I found when I was mentoring with a lot of these guys in the lawful space. There was kind of 3 guys that really turned me around and took me to the next level with this stuff. I won't name their names, but there's this thing it's not unspoken, it's spoken, it's told in the community is that you can't just give it all away. It's and again, it goes back to the scene in the Matrix where the big robot and Neo are standing there, and the robot says, this isn't verbatim, I'll just kind of loosely interpret the what happened in that scene. Is the robot says, look, you guys can pull out people out of the Matrix, that's fine. You can go in there and wake up individuals and pull them out, that's fine, because you can't do that fast enough to get even a dent in the people that we have plugged into the Matrix. But if you come around and you try to wake up the masses, then you're going to die. And so that's kind of what it is in a way. But firstly, I would say that more importantly than that, because I haven't experienced that. I haven't experienced the targeted individual thing. I have met people that have, but I haven't had any of that. And I think I've been able to express truth in a way, in a sort of a principled, foundational way that you can kind of figure it out, and you should anyways, because only you can go through the door. And that's why the New World Order wants you to walk yourself into the gulag, that it is all voluntary. It is all color of law. That is the matrix, but only you can get yourself through the door. And so one of the guys that I mentored under for a while with this stuff is said that imagine the Titanic sinking. The boat's going to go down. We all can see the boat's going to go down, and there's going to be enormous casualties, and there's not really anything you can do about it. The best you can do is get one guy on get one person at a time onto the safety boat. That's literally the best you can do. And if you don't do it in single file and carefully, then you risk overwhelming the safety boat, and the safety boat sinks, and then everybody loses. So in a way, in how I think about this, in terms of waking people up on the matrix, is that's the reality, is that the New World Order is going to claim the souls of most people. But they'll give their souls willingly if they haven't already. And so there is no mass wake-up moment. And that's what I think gets offered through politics, and a lot of people in the truth community who always have these big things of these big solutions on how to save everybody or everything. Is I don't believe in that. I don't believe in utopia. I don't think there's any of that. I think that the reality is America is finished as a world leader, and Western civilization is in collapse, and it cannot be changed. Going and protesting drag queen story time now will not change the course of action. Electing Donald Trump will not change the course of action. The Anglo-American establishment has been in this game for a very long time, far longer than you and I have been alive. And you're not going to win. But how you do win is you get yourself on the safety boat. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do that by getting people on the land. And that's, in my own, my spiritual motivations are different than my business partner's motivations. But we all come together in that we can recognize that there's a lot of people that want what I have and what other people have. Guys like Doug and Stacy off grid. Doug's a good friend of mine. You want what Justin Rose has. Justin's a good friend of mine. What these guys have. And I think there's something worth showing people how to do. And it gives me an enormous sense of satisfaction when we have people writing us saying, dude, we just closed the deal. We're on the land. It's amazing. And it's just as everything you said it was. And so that's what we're trying to do with all this thing. And so, yeah. And I resonate with the Christian message from people. And I'm just not a bona fide Christian. Just because I say that because I don't need to put myself into a camp so that you can tick a box to say yes or no, Curtis is a bad guy. Because I will tell you that if your litmus test for me is if Curtis isn't exactly everything I want him to be, then he's not my guy. Then I would say, I'm not your guy. Then that's okay. I'm comfortable enough with who I am and my private life and my spiritual life that I share with my family that I don't need to put that out into the public for scrutiny, because that's private for me. And so that's where that's at. People ask me that all the time, but EM says, what would you say, Curtis, to the old you that didn't believe in God? Wow. You know, the thing that changed my mind the most about God was not about God himself. The thing that changed my mind the most about God, because even when I got into reading the law, when I met one of my first real friendships and mentorships was with a good friend of mine, Cal Washington, was not the message of the Bible or the message of Christ. And I'm not saying that I won't find that, because maybe I will. But it was in reading the law and how I could observe all these things, like how I talked earlier about how there's a Bible in every court for a reason. Why is there a Bible? That always bothered me. Why is there a Bible in every court? And then there's this whole color of law thing. And then how in the New World Order, their biggest thing is convincing you you're not of God, that you are not a man on the land with dominion. That was actually the thing that convinced me the most that there was a God, was the antithesis. And knowing that I knew I didn't want to be there, and that I didn't resonate with that message. I didn't resonate with those people anymore. And then when I started going down to the US, into the deep South, and the best people that I know in my life are devoted Christians. And so I just started to go, again, look at the fruits. So not look at the man, look at the fruits. And when I started spending a lot of time with Ray Tyler, and, he has 6 kids and lives this beautiful family life, and they're devout Christians. And so I just started looking at the fruits. And so that's what I would say to my previous self, is look at the fruits, because my previous self wouldn't have. I was so objectively atheist. I used to read Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens. I used to read those guys' books and works like it was religious dogma, and it is religious dogma. Atheism is a religion. And I know that I wouldn't be able to convince myself on that front of making a logical case for God. But when I could demonstrate with my own eyes the presence of God, and there's a reason there's a Bible in every court, and there's a reason the legal system is based on the Bible, that for me was the most powerful thing. And so that's actually what turned me around as far as God. Homer Martinez says, from thefield.tv, do you have a price for lifetime membership in case something happens to me or my daughter, can learn from a trusted source? Yeah, I think that offer's still there. I'm pretty sure if you buy the offer right now, oh no, it's not lifetime. Yeah, we might bring the lifetime from the field membership back. I'm not exactly sure. I don't actually do that. I don't even make those decisions anymore. I mean, of course I have a say on them, but I'm so in the weeds with the Homestead Accelerator, evaluating properties every week, and then, doing my work and continuing to document the work I do up here, that that's kind of just keeps me in the weeds. Saga Music says, it's not our place to judge others. The Bible tells us that God actually lifted that burden for us when he said, work out your own salvation with fear of trembling. We sat in this, they're not Seventh Dayers, but they're, I think they're called Messianic Christians. They're basically non-denominational, but they use the whole Bible. So they use the Old Testament and the New Testament. And I sat in this service, and I was floored listening to this woman read scripture. And it was really cool the way they did their church service. I'd never seen this before. I'm sure people who are more up to speed with Christianity might have seen this word, but it was sort of this democratic thing. It was kind of neat. There was the individual who was kind of reciting the scripture and kind of had a message and tied all these scriptures together into a general message. But then she encouraged other people to come up and read the scriptures themselves. And I thought that was really cool. It was kind of neat. And then people were encouraged to pipe up and contribute their thoughts. And I thought that was really neat. I'd never seen that before, but I was quite taken by it. Messianic. Yeah. Thank you. Means Messiah. Yeah. Spruce Seal says, you weren't objectively atheist, just like my oldest brother. You were religiously atheist. Statist. Exactly. That's exactly it. And that's what you find when you get into that atheism stuff, is that the God of atheism is the state. And for all the delusions that a guy like Sam Harris or Chris Hitchens or Dawkins will say that Christians have, is this, Richard Dawkins' book, The God Delusion, is that there's this, their argument, there's this man in the sky, it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo because you can't prove any of it, whatnot. And then you assign all these things to that God, and their argument is God created man. But then when you look at the way they talk about the state, it's exactly the same thing. So case in point, listen to Sam Harris today. He's nuts. I think he's completely lost his rocker. He's doubling down because he doesn't want to be wrong, because his pride is so thick that he just refuses to accept that he's wrong. And so he's doubled down. So he's experiencing a public cognitive dissonance, which is kind of fun to watch if you can stomach it. I have a hard time watching people that I don't like anymore. I don't take pleasure in watching somebody suffer, but Sam Harris is the same thing. He thinks the state can do everything. And so it becomes this delusion where you think this all-encompassing state is the solution for everybody's problems, but it's a delusion. It's the same delusion that they accuse you of in God. But I would say, going back, for me, the most rational case for God is through my argument of Western law, is like that. Why is there a Bible in every court? Why is the system based on the Bible? What's the reason for that? My personal belief, and I can't prove this, but I'll tell you my personal belief, and somebody who knows more scripture than I might chime in and offer me a better way of conveying this, is that the deal between God and the devil, and this is, I just come to this through my own experience in reading the law. Okay. The deal between the God and the devil. And so again, take it for what it's worth. Just take it for, I'm just another guy expressing an opinion based on my observations and my experience. Is that the deal between the God and the devil is that the devil can have the world, and the devil controls the world. That's what the matrix system is. That's what the statute law system is. It's an inversion. It's a doppelganger of the biblical system, but they both exist simultaneously. Is that the presence of God and the presence of the Word of God must be present. Thus, free will must be present. That's why all laws are voluntary. If you got tricked into some jurisdictional thing that you didn't understand, or you obliged through tacit agreement. And so we have free will. It's observably there. And especially if you observe the laws, you read any of the COVID laws and all this stuff in the Western world, it was all voluntary. And so that's the deal, is that God has to remain, the Word of God has to be available. There's a Bible in every court. There's a Bible in most hotel rooms. The Word of God is easily accessible. But the devil has free reins to trick you into some other kind of arrangement and make you think that God doesn't exist. And like that old cliche, the biggest lie ever told was, the biggest lie the devil ever told was that the God doesn't exist. And I would even say, when you get into the really esoteric stuff of the cult, the top cultists know God exists, but they want everybody to be atheists. And so it's a scam. It's a way to get you away out of free will. It's like guys like Yuval Harari, free will is over, God is just fake news, it's bullshit. That's what they want. They want you to get in, because to get in with the devil, you have to go willingly. And that's the same thing on the inverse, is to get in with God, you have to go willingly. Only you can walk yourself through the gates. Again, going back to when people always reach out to me and say, how do I learn all this legal stuff? Where do I start? Like, I don't know. Read the law and start writing letters. But most people don't want to do that. And so unfortunately, the sink is shipping. very few will get off. And so I've dedicated my life helping, at least in my career path, helping people that know that know they want to get off the ship and get on the lifeboat and get onto the land and own responsibility for how they live. That's what I've dedicated my life to. And that's what Freedom Farmers is all about. And I really hope people check out our offer that is live right now. There'll be a link to it. If you just go to freedomfarmers.com right now, you'll find that the offer goes until the end of this week. So it's Saturday at midnight. I think I'm going to do another live stream too on Saturday. If you don't follow me on Twitter, at offgridstone. I'm sharing a lot of things there, and I really find it a good place to bounce ideas around with people. And I find it's really good, healthy discourse. The YouTube comment section isn't quite the same. The threads don't work the same. You don't bring your peers into it as much. So I'm really enjoying Twitter as a method of sharing ideas. And so feel free to follow me there and share with me your thoughts. And I want to hear about it, because it's I learn a lot from you guys. I really do. There's been a lot of people that have reached out to me over the years, and I really appreciate you guys. And there's something that's very powerful about when you put out a word of truth that resonates with other people, and they go, hey, there's other people out there like me. And so I would say, if you're hearing these words and that message, and that's you, welcome. And I'm happy to have you along for the ride. So just looking at a few more of these comments here. Have I looked into Gnosticism, Curtis? Yes, I have. And it's a big psyop from what I can see. Karl Marx was a Gnostic. Eagles was a Gnostic. Yeah, it's another, it looks to me like another great subversion or hoodwink of God's law into some other dialectic. And so, yes, I've looked into Gnosticism. Yeah, somebody's like, that's why communism is atheism. Yeah, because if you have a God, you can't have the all-powerful state. That's why America has been so powerful. As the American way, Americana, the idea of the Constitution that had God-given rights, not state-given privileges and benefits. That's why it's so powerful. And so, yeah, he made me consider starting Twatter. You know what, Dad? I gotta say, like, I never thought I'd go back on social media, because I got off it right before the lockdowns and all that stuff. And I really, really enjoyed life without social media. But then I found that I really actually got a lot of value. I mean, kind of maybe the comment sections on YouTube made me think about that. But then I found that sometimes people would leave these comments that were really well thought on my YouTube channel, and I see all the time. And my channel is so suppressed, folks. It's ridiculous. And it is what it is. I don't go to bed crying about it. It is what it is. But I just found that there was some people that would say some things that were so intelligent and so well thought that I wanted to carry the conversation. And in YouTube comments, they don't go anywhere. Sometimes I comment on people's comments, and then it doesn't go anywhere, because the platform, it doesn't facilitate conversation in that way. It's not meant for that. Whereas Twitter, since Musk has taken it over, seems to be this bit of a gravy train for free speech. And yes, there's still people that should be allowed on there that aren't, and it's not perfect, but I really like it. And it's interesting, because my channel has almost 600,000 subscribers, and there are times that a video I post on Twitter gets almost as many views as my channel on YouTube, which is crazy. But it is what it is. But I do enjoy the conversation. So yeah, feel free to join me there at offgridstone. David Cozier says, how often do you psychedelics or weed? I don't do psychedelics actively anymore. I'm done with that in my life. I smoke weed all the time. Not before I do these live streams or whatever, but yeah, I'm a fairly regular puff, you could say. It's just been part of my life for a long time. Being a BC tree planter, it's just been part of our culture and our life for a long time. I grow my own weed, but no, I'm done with psychedelics, doing mushrooms and shit like that. Not into that. Doing DMT or ayahuasca, just not into that. I did that stuff for a long time, and I had many years where I would do one big mushroom kind of heroic journey every year with a group of guys, and it was kind of fun. We used to go to Halfway Hot Springs and we in the cusp and do that once a year, and it was kind of a ritual. But I have a family and kids now. I don't have time for that shit. And for me, smoking weed isn't about dude getting all stoned and just being a retard. That's not what it is for me. It's not much different than coffee. It's just sometimes I like to smoke to get a bit of a different perspective on things, so to speak. And sometimes it's a good motivator for me. And sometimes it makes me feel really creative. And so it's not a vice or a crutch. I could stop smoking weed tomorrow. I often do. Sometimes I just won't smoke weed for months and I kind of forget about it. But I do enjoy it, and I do enjoy growing it. So that's the stone cold truth with that. And I know some people get triggered by that, but it is what it is. Take me for what I am, and if you can't, then all the power to you. Saga One Music says, much love, respect, Curtis. Thanks for doing all you do. You're rad, Breda. Hopefully I will find a path to a great piece of land one day soon. I will check out your courses, see if it's for me. Spruce Seal says, you define abstraction into reality and things will make sense. Just define abstraction into reality and things will make sense. God is people. Serve God and become rich. Serve people and grow rich. Totally. I would say one thing to add to that was a really profound lesson for me in a book that I read that was called The Law of One. It's a really interesting book. And it's quite esoteric, and so it might not be for everybody, but what they describe in that book is there's really only two paths in life as a human being on this planet, is that either you live life in service to others or you live life in service to yourself. And that's really the ultimate dichotomy. And so I would agree with that is I think to serve God is to serve others. And because we're all part of God and we're all created by God, to serve others is to serve God. That's at least my logic in it. You tell me what you think based on your knowledge of scripture, because I'm just not there with scripture. I'm learning, but anyways. So yeah. Anyways, I'm going to run too, folks. This has been a really, really long stream. And go to freedomfarmers.com. So $400 right now per year gets you into our platform to have access to all the courses that we have there and are producing. And you get access to our crazy, ridiculous mapping service that every single property in there has been approved by me and my team. And so if you want to get on the land and you want to get into a property that could change your life, everything we list is been rated by us, and you can watch the reviews, and it's an absolutely insane offer. So anyways, folks, I'm going to leave it there. This has been a lot of fun. I've got, I think I got to go and have dinner. All right, folks.